Turn green.
I can't possibly do my job.
Well, good morning, El Dorado. Oh, that is loud. Good morning, El Dorado County. It is a privilege for the Board of Supervisors to be here in the Tahoe Basin, and a big thank you to the City of South Lake Tahoe for welcoming us in your beautiful chambers. Today is Tuesday, October 15th, 2024, and it's my pleasure to call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. So a big welcome to all of you that are here in chambers with us, as well as all of you that are joining us online. We're glad you're with us. For the invocation, it's a privilege to welcome Rabbi Yakar, the Temple Bat Yan. Is the rabbi with us? Is he online perhaps, Kim?
No, I don't see, let me see if maybe he's not.
Not saying anything? All right, well, we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Lane, would you please lead us?
I would be happy to. Please join me. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll now move into the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. Do any of my colleagues have any comments or changes to the agenda or the consent calendar? I'll start with you, Supervisor Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question on item number 13, which is the Planning and Development Department regarding the seed committee. I've never really had a question on consent before. I've either pulled the item or I'm okay with it. So on the question, do you want me to pull it to ask the question, or if it's simply just a question, can I ask the question, get the answer, and decide whether or not to pull it?
Why don't you ask the question and then we'll look to our legal counsel.
Okay. My question is the process and the transparency. So I understand from reading this item that there was an application period that began in August and ended sometime the beginning of September. And so in my experience in having people apply for positions that we routinely appoint for, whatever that pool of people are that applied during that time period are the people that you can consider for appointments. It looks as though, to me, that there are 2 applications that were received well after the deadline, late in September, according to the dates on the application. And so, from a transparency standpoint, I'm just concerned that if we open up an application pool and we close it, and we maybe don't like some of the people that applied, and then you go out and recruit people after the fact, is that a fair process?
All right, we'll look to Dave.
I see our planning and building director here. If she could provide a quick response, then perhaps we can address it here. But I'm kind of getting the sense that the answer to your question might be more in depth, and maybe it'd be better to just go ahead and pull it and have a broader discussion.
Let's go ahead and pull the item then.
I wasn't sure if it was actually closed. I thought it was extended.
Let's stop this conversation and we will pull item number
All right.
13. All right. Anything else, Supervisor Lane?
No, thank you.
Okay.
I think I have enough going on in the rest of this
Excellent.
agenda. Thank you.
All right. Vice Chair Heidel.
No changes.
All right. Supervisor Turnbull?
No changes.
Supervisor Farland?
No changes.
And I don't have any changes either. All right. We will now take comment on the consent calendar. And as a reminder, open forum is a time to address any item that is not on our agenda today. An open forum portion of our meeting is at 1 o'clock today. So the following will be comments strictly related to the consent calendar. And if you do have questions or comments, we ask that you let us know what item on the consent calendar you are speaking on.
It actually says 12:30.
12:30 open forum today. I apologize.
Yeah.
We're
Slightly
in a new house. Open forum will be at 12:30. So Clerk, would you please open up the comments on the consent calendar, please?
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone wishing to speak on the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, is there anyone online? All right. With that, I will bring it back to the board for action on the consent calendar. Actually, can you please let us know what we're speaking on, what we're voting on?
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following change. Pull item 13 for discussion.
Thank you, Kim.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. At this point, I'd like to welcome our sheriff and undersheriff Golmitz. Thank you so much for being with us today. What a nice surprise. Yeah. All right. We have item number 13 on the consent calendar. Is it the desire of the board to hear that item now or to move forward with our 9 a.m. presentation and hear it afterwards?
It should be quick.
Okay, great. Let's, you've addressed your question already.
I have.
On the process on the.
I'll go ahead and read the item into the record.
Okay, perfect.
Item number 13 comes from Planning and Building Department, Economic Development Division, recommending the board make the following appointments to the Strategic Economic Enhancement Development Seed Committee for a term of 2 years commencing upon appointment. 1, appoint Thomas Conwell. 2, Les Henson. 3, Perry McLean. 4, Bryce Miller. 5, Christine Noonan. 6, Carl Rabadio. And 7, David Spar.
All right, thank you. So, Director Garner, thank you for offering us an explanation on the process to answer Supervisor Lane's questions. Got it.
Good morning, Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. So the way we treated this was although we had what we call a soft deadline, we did keep it open because we knew it was going to take a while to be able to get a sufficient number of applications to have that variety that we were looking for. The direction from the board was, to get these different sectors and different geographical areas as much as possible. So we didn't want to just leave it wide open because if you don't give a deadline, then people don't feel the need to submit anything. So we gave a soft deadline, but then at that point in time, I think we had just exactly the number of openings and not quite enough variety of industries. And so we kept it open until we had a sufficient number to be able to look through and get that variety.
So again, my interest in this particular item is the fact that it has struggled throughout the time I've been on the board. The advisory committee has struggled. So it existed, but it wasn't doing well, and then we disbanded it, and then we came up with a new process, and now we're in the process of making those final appointments. And from a transparency standpoint, how do I know as an applicant that there's going to be a soft deadline? Wasn't it put out initially as a deadline? And didn't 10 people apply? And how did we decide that we had to extend it, and for what period of time was it extended?
I'm not exactly sure the number of applications we had at the original deadline, but like I said, I believe it was right around exactly the number of openings, but when looking at those applications, there was a lot of duplicative industries, and so we extended it and posted that online so people could see it was still open, and actually reached out to groups like Ag Commission and Farm Bureau to make sure we were, if there was anybody in those groups that were interested, that they knew they could apply.
Like I said, I'm mostly interested in the fact that it was a transparent, fair, process, because again, I don't want this new committee to start off on a bad foot, with all that baggage coming behind that, this process was somehow not fair. So that's my concern, and I want this this body to succeed and do well. So I hope that there isn't a black eye that follows it, as I've experienced on a lot of things that happen down on the West Slope. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to add to the conversation a little bit, since Supervisor Turnbull and I were on the ad hoc.
Yeah.
One of the things that was recognized with the early submittals is we really lacked a strong agribusiness representation. And one of the things we said from the front end is we really have to make sure our agribusiness group is properly represented in the county, because they're struggling to, number one, and number two, that's part of our growth opportunities. So when we looked at the matrix of 16 different categories, if you will, of types of skill sets we were looking for, the one thing that was missing after the initial submittal was agribusiness. So Supervisor Turnbull and I actually reached out to one of the gentlemen that we were given indication had an interest and maybe would come on board, who has a very, very extensive business background in the private sector. He's also in the winery group. He's part of the Fair Play Wine Association. So he had what we felt was the requisite balance of skills and stuff to fill several different categories within that matrix. So we both encouraged him to apply. He did. But there was a reluctance, obviously, because people are very busy and they've got a business that's in that, margin area is limited, but he was willing to step up. And we also had another member of the agribusiness community agree at the same time. So when you look at the matrix, and I went through and actually looked at the 16 categories and where we're represented, we have great representation now from the agribusiness community. There's a couple of areas we're a little bit short on. The one nobody responded to is called creative economies. But when I read the resumes, it seems like we have a lot of people qualified. They just didn't understand maybe what creative economies meant, right? So, but other than that, we have somebody that represents every one of those other categories. Again, with the exception perhaps of technology, communication, and broadband. And in talking with Kyle, he says he's going to have to fill that role because we couldn't find someone in this group that really had that extensive knowledge of those three categories, communications, particularly broadband. So I think all in all, with the applicants we received, we got good coverage over the matrix, and that's where the recommendations came from. So
That's really helpful. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
That's super helpful, because of course, we're outside of the subcommittee.
Yes.
We don't know
Right.
how
Perfect.
that's happening. So
understand.
thank you.
Yep.
And that was a hard matrix to fill, and there was a lot
It
of
was,
categories.
and we were trying to get somebody in every one of them, and
And
we
the
did pretty
success
good.
of that will be dependent on that. And I
Yes,
know,
and Terry McLean, he's going to represent biomass because he's built plants pretty much all over, and he's going to be a good representative for our county, especially when Lori and I are on the ad hoc committee for biomass.
excellent. And I know Christine Noonan from Delfino Farms she's an amazing
right.
person, very go-getter, the younger generation of farming, which is, absolutely a critical voice. So.
Right.
Supervisor Parlin, you had comments on this item.
I did not.
Oh, you did not? Okay, all right. So let's, if there's any further discussion on this, all right, let's go ahead and take public comment. Thank you, Karen, appreciate the explanation.
Now taking public comment on item number 13. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, not seeing anyone in the boardroom. Is there anyone online, Kim?
Yeah. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning, board. It's great to see you this morning. I'm Chris Payne from Diamond Springs. I just had a couple of questions. Thank you for pulling this item because I think it's important to be transparent, and we don't want the public to misunderstand what the goal here is. And so I think the comments from both Supervisor Heidel and Turnbull have helped me better understand what the intent is. But I come from the old school of the of CDAC, where I did, close to 8 years of involvement, and I'm used to things like small business, on Main Street. My wife and I had a yarn shop, and so we considered ourselves small business versus a much larger business perspective. And also technology is kind of a word that's thrown about as being somebody who's unique and looking forward into the future in terms of making changes. Manufacturing is clear. If you're producing a product, that means then that there's something relevant to your business model that we can actually see a product being developed and sold. And then now going to the comment that Supervisor Heidel made about agribusiness, that to me can be, it can mean a lot in terms, but most specifically, it's the first word, agra, that kind of leads me to believe we're talking about farming or some aspect of farming, maybe related to Apple Hill or some other, maybe the winery business. But also I'm looking for diversity. It seems as if the 7 are not broad enough, not diverse enough in terms of the types of the business. I don't have a timer, so you guys are going to have to help me. I don't see it on the screen. So, but I assume I have about 30 seconds. I got about 30 seconds left, I assume, based on my experience. 20? Okay. The thoroughness of creating this seed committee is obviously very important to us and to you. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I'll bring this back to the board. As noted by Vice Chair Heidel, there's a large matrix of all kinds of industries that we were looking for to ensure a rounded expertise for this committee. And the 7 members here check all of the boxes except for the broadband, which then Kyle, who is our expert on a staff level, will fill that role. So I feel confident that the broad sectors are represented in this. So at this point, we will entertain a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And as Supervisor Lane says, we look forward to much success from this committee. So thank you all.
And recognize this is expected to be a dynamic group. We're not going to see these 7
Yes.
people in there for 3 or 4 years, in my opinion. We're going to see some transitions, so.
Right,
There'll be
exactly.
opportunities.
All right, so Godspeed on lots of progress and
Yeah,
economic
there you go.
development. All right, excellent. With that, we will move on to our 9 a.m. time allocation. Kim, can you please open item number 30?
Item number 20,
Or 20, sorry.
it comes from the Planning and Building Department, Tahoe Planning and Building Division, recommending the board, 1, receive and file an annual report from the Myers Advisory Council, and 2, provide feedback and/or direction to the Myers Advisory Council if necessary.
It is a pleasure to welcome the Myers Advisory Council up, and we're delighted to be here with you in your neck of the woods.
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, or good morning. Thank you, El Dorado County Board of Supervisors, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Adam Henriquez. I'm a member of the Myers Advisory Council, and I'm here to provide our annual update to the board. I'll probably be looking a little sideways at the presentation here. Okay, so as described in the Myers Area Plan, Section A, Implementation Goals and Visions, Policy 1.2, El Dorado County shall establish and maintain a Myers Advisory Council, also known as the MAC, with regularly scheduled and publicly noticed meetings to provide recommendations to the Planning Commission, County Board of Supervisors, and/or TRPA on the implementation of this Myers Area Plan. The MAC shall include 7 residents or property owners in the Lake Tahoe region of unincorporated El Dorado County. The MAC shall include community members representing business, environmental, recreation, and other appropriate interests necessary to carry out the vision of the Myers Area Plan. The MAC shall be comprised of elected board members of a municipal advisory council or other appropriate special district if no appropriate entity exists. The MAC members may be appointed by the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. So this is our founding intent and purpose as described in the Myers Area Plan. Next slide, please. This is a roster of our current membership with actually one change since this presentation was put together. We've got Joseph V. Cardinale as our chair. Joe's present today. Thank you. John Dayberry, vice chair, also present today. Thank you both for being here. Myself, secretary. Leon Abravanel, member. Greg Dahm, member. And since we put this presentation together, Jim Dixon has resigned from his role on the Myers Advisory Council, and Carl Fair, member. So at the moment, we do have 2 vacancies currently on the Myers Advisory Council. Note on that is we have, through time, had a hard time filling vacancies on the Myers Advisory Council. Specifically, one of the positions on the Advisory Council has been vacant for a number of months, and that's been an issue that this council has faced throughout time. Myself, I've got history, maybe within a year or two. There are other members of the MAC who have a much deeper history on its founding and where it's evolved from. So if there are questions from the board, we may be able to pull some of those other folks in.
For those members that are here, I'd love for you to stand up so we can recognize you.
Yeah, please.
Please.
Oh,
All right.
there you go.
Anyone else?
This is Joe Cardinale and John Dayberry.
Oh, I didn't see John. Wonderful.
Our
Thank
chair
you.
and member.
Wonderful. We appreciate you being here.
So what does the Myers Advisory Council do? And these 3 items are directly out of El Dorado County Resolution 150-2018. This is the adopted resolution that really established the MAC, and it also pairs with that founding mission from the Myers Area Plan. So the MAC reviews potential projects within the Myers Area Plan boundaries for conformance with the plan's vision, goals, policy, design standards, and guidelines. We advise and make recommendations to the Planning Commission, Board of Supervisors, and our TRPA on matters relating to the project conformance with the Myers Area Plan's vision, goals, policy, and design standards and guidelines. Lastly, to serve as a conduit between the Myers community and county government to foster enhanced communication, provide feedback, and make recommendations on community and development projects and other related issues. And I would like to just kind of talk about this for a moment is, Myers, the community of Myers, over the last handful of years, we've seen very little development projects that have really triggered kind of 2 of these primary intents for us. So that is also an item that I can speak to, and that was why that was bolded on the previous slide, is that we really serve as this community representative when there's items that are going forward, require discretionary approval, and give the opportunity for community representatives to opine and provide a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors or the Planning Commission or TRPA on what the Myers Advisory Council reflects upon those as it relates to the Myers Area Plan. So we really do serve as this conduit between the Myers Area Plan, the technical planning document, projects that are coming across the plate, and the County Board of Supervisors, TRPA, and otherwise. And then again, this third arm of being a conduit between the community and bringing forth concerns and other desires that the community would like to see. Service and performance indicators. So the Myers Area Council currently does not have any established service indicators or performance indicators. So again, we don't really have any established metrics. As I discussed earlier, part of our function is really kind of at the whim of the development projects that are coming through within the Myers Area Plan boundaries. So yes, like I said, yeah, we're really kind of dependent on that. And the Myers Advisory Council's role in the county's strategic goals. So we do contribute kind of indirectly or tangentially to some of the county's strategic goals, which include good governance, achieving the best possible process for making and implementing decisions, characterized by honesty, integrity, accountability, transparency, responsiveness, equitability, inclusion, effectiveness, efficiency, and following the rule of the law. We really provide that place for due process to occur and have communities, the members of the community have an opportunity to evaluate what is coming through in the planning process and have an opportunity to opine on those, potentially outside of more cumbersome or administratively complex processes that are potentially a little bit out of reach for your everyday community member. And healthy communities. So to improve the health, well-being, and self-sufficiency of El Dorado County, communities, and residents and visitors, to just be a place where people can have that nexus with the county. So pretty short and sweet. Happy to field any questions. Again, if there's any kind of historical context, I might call up some of the other Myers Advisory Council members. Brooke, you may also have some reflections, thoughts. You've been engaged with this group for a while. So yeah, happy to field those. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Our advisory committees are a really important point of part of bringing the local voice into our decision-making process, and we truly appreciate your dedicated efforts to that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Lane for any comments or.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your presentation, Mr. Enriquez. It was great. It's true that the Myers Advisory Council hasn't had a whole lot to deal with in this particular confine. They did do an analysis on the cannabis business that moved into the Myers area, and that was very helpful. There's a lot of things possibly coming up that the Myers Advisory Committee might be very helpful with. The aquatic invasive species check station comes to mind. There was a public meeting last night where that was presented to the public, and Mr. Dayberry was in attendance from the Myers Advisory Committee, so that was great. And then, of course, we have the TED, the Tahoe El Dorado area plan that's coming to fruition, of which the Myers area plan will be a part of it. So I think that although you haven't had a whole lot to do in the past, you might be kind of busy going forward. So look forward to your continued participation.
Yeah, and I would like to also say, there was a pretty candid discussion we had at a couple meetings back where the Myers Advisory Council members are looking to kind of reinvigorate the group. We've struggled with public attendance at some of our meetings, and we're looking at kind of bolstering our communication system, getting more people engaged from the community, using it as, again, a place for the community to be heard and providing a little bit more of that space, and then turning around and potentially advancing either recommendations through to TRPA county supervisors or the other entities. So we are hopeful to kind of reinvigorate the group a little bit and get a little bit more public engagement. So we have been working on that, and we will continue to do so.
Wonderful, and it's like you said, there's going to be some exciting new initiatives that will give you a wonderful opportunity for that. Wonderful. Any other comments or
I
questions?
just have a quick one. Relative to economic development, business development, have you entertained a needs assessment to determine what is it your community would benefit from the standpoint of encouraging a new business to come in? I'll give an example. I just read an announcement that said True Value Hardwares are declaring bankruptcy in certain places. That creates, if it happens, and if that's true, it can create huge voids in terms of services. So you need to kind of look ahead. What is it that would be a good fit with your community that you think would really provide a great need? So needs assessment are typically the way those things start. I know there's economic development activities going on in parallel, but that might be one area you'd want to look into, because a growing community from the standpoint of meeting the needs is a healthy community, as opposed to seeing it shrink because businesses just disappear.
Yeah, the Myers Advisory Council, to my knowledge, has never, gone that in depth. As Brooke stated, the Tahoe area El Dorado
Right,
plan
yeah.
may have components of that. That might be a little bit more onto the county planning staff. I would potentially defer to them, but yeah, I fully agree that understanding the needs of the community, and from an economic standpoint as well, from all the other perspectives and desires, would be a benefit and would help advance the development of the community.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you so much for the presentation and for
Thank
all your
you.
work.
Thank you, Board
Appreciate it.
Supervisors.
Let's go ahead and take public comment on this item, Kim.
Taking public comment on item number 20. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Not seeing anyone in the boardroom? All right, so let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Welcome back.
Thank you so much for the time. Keep me informed as the timing, because I don't have a clock.
I don't either, so.
Oh, okay. Anyway, Supervisor Lane, you and I had talked about a historical overlay for the Myers area plan area, and I was just wondering how we were doing on working on that. For instance, you do have a Lake Tahoe Historical Society, which have been involved with from time to time over the years, and so that's one question. Second question: the Shakori DOT, Department of Transportation facility. Are you satisfied that the location is the one that we ought to have in terms of our circulation and getting our equipment out on the roads for winter and also for summer maintenance? Christmas Valley, I saw that the plan is very linear and pretty much goes from north to south. And Christmas Valley is an important part of that, as we found out during the Keldor fire. Tahoe Paradise Park, how is it doing? How is the advisory committee integrating themselves into that process of the future of Tahoe Paradise Park? And then the general traffic circulation. I know Department of Transportation and the state have made a lot of improvements, including the roundabouts. And I was just wondering how all of that circulation is doing related to the residential areas of the Tahoe area plan. Those are my comments. I'm not sure if you have time to speak to any of that, Supervisor Lane, but I was hoping you might take a chance to, or take a moment to do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris. Any other comments?
There is no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. I think the circulation and DOT questions are outside of the purview of the advisory committee, but Supervisor Lane, there was a question of how the advisory committee relates to Paradise Park and all the activity there, as well as the historical committee, which I'm not quite sure what that's referring to, so.
Right. Okay.
let you take a
so
stab at that.
I'll take a stab at it. The Paradise Park is an entity in and of its own. It has public dollars that help manage the park and help the park maintain its grounds. But it has no relationship to the Myers Advisory Council, with the exception that it's in Myers. But otherwise, there's really no relationship there. And then what was the other one you wanted me to talk on, the historical?
The historical.
Yeah, the historical overlay that you're referring to, Mr. Payne, is not something that we have dove into at this point, but it's certainly something that we could ask the Historical Society really to kind of take the lead on. That's not really within the purview of the Myers Advisory Council as well, but it would be an interesting task to take on. So maybe we'll mention it to them. And I see that Ms. Peterson is here from the Historical Society, so I'm sure she's taken note.
Perfect.
And those are my answers.
All right, thank you. Well, this there's no action on this. It was just a receive and file. So thank you so much to the Myers Advisory Council for being with us today, for all your work, and we look forward to hearing from you more and providing your recommendations to us as the TED goes forward. Wonderful. All right, so let's move on now to item number 19, which is the VHR ordinance. So Kim, can you please open item number 19?
Item 19 comes from Planning and Building Department, Tahoe Planning and Building Division, recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending Title V, County Business Taxes, Licenses, and Regulations of the El Dorado County Ordinance Code, amending Chapter 5.56, Vacation Home Rentals, to add the recommendations of the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Committee and Board of Supervisors, and 2, waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to October 22nd, 2024 for final passage, second reading.
All right, well, welcome, Brendan. It's nice to see you, and it's nice for us to come to you today rather than you coming to us.
I know. Thank you so much for driving up the hill.
Absolutely, pleasure.
Twice in 1 year is a real treat for us, seriously, and we appreciate the board's commitment to Tahoe, and thank you for spending some time and coming up and sharing with us on this item. My name is Brendan Ferry. I work in the Tahoe Planning and Building Office, and I'm presenting on item 19. Kim's got my presentation up. Let me just introduce a few staff that are here. This is certainly a team effort. I could not do this by myself. First, Kevin Bailey is here, our supervising code enforcement officer over our VHRs and ranch marketing, and you're going to hear from him in a second on some of the latest data and trends. Melanie Shasha is here, our senior planner who helped draft the ordinance amendments. And we also have code enforcement staff in the audience. And I do want to highlight our administrative team too, who have helped us draft these amendments, Kelly, Ryan, Doree. So this is a team effort. It's a community. It takes a village. And thank you so much for your time. So this is another attempt at a first reading of our VHR ordinance. As you recall, I presented to the board on September 10th, and we had a great discussion on the VHR ordinance and on the ranch marketing ordinance, right? The board did agree with really the majority of my recommendations at that meeting. I would say 99% of them. And so within the packet today, all of those amendments still are going to be carried forward in our recommendations. However, the board did direct staff to make a few additional changes and clarifications, and I've made those to the ordinance, and I'll be mentioning those now to you. And Kim, if you could go to the next slide. They are listed here, and there was there was 8 motions, 8 items in the motion for staff from the September 10th meeting, and those are the modifications that I've made. They're listed on this slide. The first is to say that where conflict arises between the VHR ordinance and or the ranch marketing or winery ordinance, that those ordinances shall prevail and not the VHR ordinance. That language was added per county council to section 5.56030, and that's the applicability section. The board actually saw that language on September 10th. We pulled it up on the screen. So that's included. In that same section, in the last sentence of the last paragraph, we included language to say that this section does not apply to other types of lodging, including bed and breakfasts. You remember we talked about B&Bs. So VHR ordinance does not apply to bed and breakfast inns and other lodging types. The board also directed that we add clarifying language to section 5.56090.3, and that was on hot tubs. And the board wanted to make it clear that when owners were in residence, that the VHR restrictions or rules did not apply to them. I spoke to Mr. Livingston about that, and his thought, and I agree with him, rather than putting it narrowly in the hot tub section, his suggestion was to add a broader statement to say that when owners are using their homes when owners are using their homes and they're not being rented as a VHR, that these rules do not apply to them at that time. And so that was added to the applicability section as well. Thank you, Dave, for your help on that. Let's see, moving on. In section 5.56100, we did add new language saying that parking must be contained within the parcel of the VHR. We had a discussion about parking on the street and cars and nuisance cars and blocking driveways, so we added clarification language that there must be 2 on-site parking spaces, also on an impervious surface, which is a hard surface, and that is a TRPA, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency rule in their parking standards and their BMP chapters of their code. They require all parking surfaces to be paved in the Tahoe Basin because it snows here and we have to plow. And when you plow a dirt surface, it creates a lot of erosion. Next, in section 5.56140A, we added clarifying language on who is responsible for violations, whether it be the host or the owner. Ultimately, as I mentioned on September 10th, the owner is responsible for all violations that occur on their property, no matter what, even if it's a hosted rental. Per Supervisor Lane's recommendation in section 5.56150B, we changed the language about warnings to make it a 24-month period rather than what we had previously suggested, which was an 18-month period. And just to remind the board, that's where if a property gets a complaint and code enforcement goes out and verifies that complaint, but the property cures the violation within 30 minutes, they will get a warning and not a violation. But if that occurs 3 times within a 24-month period, they will obtain a violation and a strike. So again, we're trying to encourage good behavior and compliance, we're really trying not to issue penalties. That's the intent of the whole rewrite. We did modify, per Supervisor Heidal's request, the visiting guest guidelines to clarify where renters can locate emergency evacuation information. We did modify the language to decrease the vacation home rental permit cap in the Tahoe Basin from 900 to 600 homes, per direction from the board. I know you had a discussion on that at the end of the meeting. If the board decides to lower the cap, the date that's in that section, I just want to note, which is currently November 1, 2020, will need to be modified to the revised date of, to the effective date of the revised ordinance. So if the board decides to go to 600, we'll change that date to October 22nd, 2024. Just a note there. Those were the list of changes from the board. Again, all the other changes that were presented to the board in September are recommended. As you recall, those changes focus largely on bringing hosted rentals into the program, updating standards for many things, including occupancy, noise, parking, events, trash, signage, etc. We really revised almost every section. We are suggesting increased fine amounts per SB 60, and we completely modified and revised our enforcement process, moving around how code enforcement interacts with the public. And Kevin's going to talk to you about that in a second, on how it's been going. We've already started implementing some of these changes. Lastly, as I mentioned, we did talk about ranch marketing quite a bit. And so the board did direct at the September 10th meeting for staff to provide a high-level kind of scope and schedule on where that ordinance is going and how we plan to revise ag stay housing. Per that direction and previous direction, as you know, the ranch marketing ordinance is going through a community engagement and update process. The board did hear from our ag commissioner on September 24th about where that ordinance is, and we had some discussions on ag lodging. I believe that ordinance is scheduled to come back before the board December 10th. Also at that meeting, the board did provide conceptual approval for staff in collaboration with the ag community to address changes to VHR and other forms of lodging through either the ranch marketing, the winery, and or the lodging facilities ordinance process. And so I guess my intent with this is that ag stays will not be addressed through the VHR ordinance process. An ag property can certainly obtain a VHR permit if they want to just comply with the rules of our ordinance. If they would like to do something different that don't fit within our rules, that's where this other parallel process, which is probably going to happen through our lodging facilities section of our zoning ordinance, that's chapter 130, 40, 170. I really see that that's the appropriate place for that language to be placed. And we need to engage more with the ag community to learn really what they want. I think that's what we'd like to hear. So that process will continue on a separate and parallel path. We'll certainly be coordinating. We'll certainly be helping draft language if that's needed, whatever we need to do to help that process be successful, we are happy to do. And so that was the changes from the September 10 meeting that the board recommended. They're all in there. Hopefully you've had a chance to read through them. And now I'm going to pass this over to my better half, a really great partner, Kevin Bailey, who we are thrilled to have. And Kevin's going to give you a little bit of the lay of the land on what he's been seeing since about August 1st. We did make some changes to our schedule where our code enforcement staff are now working nights and weekends on swing shift. So they're working from about 1 p.m. to approximately midnight, Thursday through Sunday. And Kevin has the latest and greatest on data, trends, what he's seeing. So I think it'd be really helpful for the board to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brendan. Very clear. We appreciate you walking us through what's on the agenda today. Good morning, Kevin. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, board, for having me today. Excuse me. First and foremost, I'd like to just thank you for this opportunity to stand before you and speak. But before I get started, I would like to introduce you to our newest code enforcement officer, Polia Grittner. She's been on board with us now for about a month.
Wonderful.
and doing wonderful here in the Tahoe area. So we're really
Welcome.
happy to have her here. Just to kind of stay on staffing very quickly, I just want to say that we have posted the position for the new code enforcement officer here in Tahoe as well as in Placerville. That posting closed yesterday. From what I understand, we have a good number of applicants to look at. So we're hoping to get those interviews taken care of in the next couple of weeks.
Wonderful.
So we're moving forward with that. Moving into trends, what I did was I basically just gathered some numbers. I won't really get into the numbers unless you really need them, but I will give you the days that we are receiving our high volume calls. That looks like it's on Monday and Tuesdays are our high number calls right now, and they are for trash violations, which are in the daytime. Our low day is Sunday. Our high day for nights are for Tahoe Friday and for the West Slope Saturday. Majority of the calls on the West Slope are related to ranch marketing and winery. Officer Smith down on the West Slope is doing an absolute wonderful job handling ranch marketing and winery calls for service. And he's just doing a fantastic job down there, and I can't be more happy with him. As far as enforcement is concerned, as the deputy director stated, we are really looking at gaining voluntary compliance. We're not out to issue notice of violations, but have no doubt that when a notice of violation needs to be issued, we will be issuing that notice of violation. So we are asking, the community to just stay in compliance as it relates to vacation home rentals. Currently, with the lack of calls coming into the VHR hotline, into the emails, we are doing a lot of proactive work on unpermitted, hosted, ensuring hosted rentals are in compliance, and we are looking at those properties that are on the wait list as well, making sure that there's no renting going on there. So we're looking at all of these things while we're in a slow time. It was to be expected. I believe that once the snow falls and the ski resort starts opening, we're going to start ramping up, hopefully more on the VHR hotline for calls for service. Until then, we will stay proactive on doing what we need to do to make sure the unpermitted and the other two items I listed are being taken care of. Moving towards community relationships, we have really strived to build our community relationships, get out into the communities. Our vehicles are now marked with code enforcement on there, with the county seal, as well as the VHR enforcement phone number on the rear deck of our vehicles. We are in the community, but we're doing much more than that. We are actually in the process of getting the vehicles equipped to where we can actually work remotely from our cars and not have to be actually in the office. We can pull up everything we need to actually handle a call for service right from our vehicles. So hopefully by the first of the year, if not sooner, we will have that taken care of. We're going to continue to ask people to call the hotline. I know you're probably going to laugh, but I actually called the hotline on Sunday night just to check to make sure it was working because we hadn't received any calls all weekend. So
Test.
just test. So it is working.
Good.
So we're really going to ask the community to call the VHR hotline on any issue involving a VHR, and we will be responsive to them. Again, I spoke on the vehicles. And as far as moving forward, we want to quickly staff the 2 positions for Tahoe and for Placerville. Get fully staffed. We want to do that as soon as possible. This is a good time to bring a new officer in, get them trained up, and get them ready for spring into summer of next year. We also want to continue to move on community relations. One thing we are seeing is that the names are actually names, our names are being actually said on the VHR hotlines. Hey, this is for Kevin. Hey, this is for Danielle. So it's working. We're trying to build that relationship and that trust back with the community again. We also want to reduce the number of illegal, unpermitted VHRs in the county. So we're really striving and working on doing that. Now is a good time to be doing that we're not getting a lot of calls for service. We will continue to track our complaints through not only our VHR email, but we will also do it through CRMs, and that's where basically we're gathering all of our data. We've also developed a database system to where when we actually start getting those calls, we will track the time we received the call, the time we called the reporting party back, the time we called the local contact, and the time we actually responded and got to the property. So that database is already in place. It's just unfortunate we haven't had the calls to actually do that based on the fact that we're doing proactive work. But that will also give us our averages. Automatically, it's already figured into the database system, so that will be an easy system for us to provide for you. And finally, we're really going to strive and continue to have that real-time response for calls. Other than that, I'm going to hand it back to that guy right there.
Well, thank you so much, Kevin. That's
You're welcome.
difficult work, but really important work if this is going to meet the needs of our community and our visitors and our property owners. So really appreciate everyone's efforts on that. Does anyone have any specific questions for Kevin at this point?
Just a quick comment.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. This was the missing piece of, because we could have the best policies in the world, but without the enforcement, and I like your approach of working with the community into enforcement, that we wouldn't be successful without it. So I appreciate your approach, you're building your team, and I've heard nothing but good things about Camden, by the way. Yeah, it's been rocking, so thank you so much.
Absolutely. Yeah, our entire team, from our VHR staff to all of the officers, even the officers down in Placerville, it's just it's been a team effort, and we're going to continue to just keep that team going. Again, our VHR staff down in Placerville, they are absolutely wonderful. We rely on them so much for data and information, and they are really our eyes behind the scene of things, so that really helps us out a great deal.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I just want to chime in also and just thank Mr. Bailey for your leadership. We were praying for you, so it worked. You've been great. Since I took office, which was early in 2023, vacation home rentals have been a very hot topic. There hasn't been a meeting that I've gone to where I haven't heard of the discomforts that people are living with. And enforcement is key to making sure that we can have that vibrant tourist accommodation, if that's what our communities want, but in a controlled way so that our residents aren't negatively affected. And you're doing that. I was up in Tahoma a month or so ago, and I was getting the, Q&A, lots of needs, and one person stood up and said, hey, by the way, I called for help with a vacation home rental, and not only did I get a call back immediately, but the next day code enforcement showed up. And for Tahoma, who really feels like they're outside of the envelope, that was huge. So I really want to thank you. I know you're on the right track. I know there's a lot of work still to be done, but you have our support, and we're glad you're here, and anything we can do to help,
Thank you.
reach out.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Excellent.
Mr. Bailey.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Absolutely. We're not done with you yet. Great. All right, so that's the end of the presentation then? Is that?
You got it. It
Okay,
is.
great.
And now, per the slide, I'm going to open it up to board direction, discussion, feedback.
Perfect.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you,
I'm so
Brandon.
glad that we gave Kevin a chance to speak. 'Cause
Oh, that was really
it's great
important.
to have him in front of you and really show you what he's capable of, what our team's capable of. The good things are happening.
Very impressive.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just got one thing to say. On vegetation management, ordinance we're gonna implement in this. That one of the biggest thing is education. We need to educate these people because when it comes to that, they're not out there at noon or 1 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the heat of the day, weed eating or running lawnmowers or whatever, because most of the fires that started in El Dorado County this year is because of that. Because the insurance companies are imposing a lot of restrictions on people. They have to do this. They get out there to do it and they start a fire. So this is, one of the biggest concerns is educating these people when it comes to that. It's not about fining them, but it's education, so that way they can, we don't end up having a big wildfire or fires being started, especially next to residents.
100% agree. And we did incorporate the compliance with our vegetation management ordinance. I think it has a new name now.
Yeah. It's
Hazardous
just
is in there.
education.
Yes,
That's one of
we-
the biggest things.
We'll be sending information out to all VHR owners on that. We also work closely with our fire districts. Nathan is here from Lake Valley Fire, which is by far our largest fire district with VHRs. They probably have 500 or 600? 600. So 600 of the 794 homes are within Lake Valley's district, right? So very high percentage. We work really closely with them on education and inspections. And inspections are required every other year for fire
Very good.
safety.
All right. We don't have buttons up here, so which one of my colleagues would like to go next?
I just want to lay one thing out here. We had a first reading back on September 10th, and we talked extensively about how this applies to the West Slope, which I recognize is hugely important, because this ordinance is not just for the basin, but it includes the West Slope. So we have to make sure that what works for us also works down on the West Slope. If it doesn't, we need to identify that, address it. What I'm hoping to get out of this meeting today is that everything that you feel needs to be addressed in this ordinance, get out today. I have a feeling, I'm certain, just based on the public information that I've received, that people want to talk about other things that we didn't talk about last time. I'm fine with it. I want this to be right. I don't want it to be quick. So, but let's also be cognizant of the fact that every time we go back and do a first reading, we can't reintroduce new material, or we shouldn't. That's not the point of a first reading and a second reading. But today, I think we need to I think that there are some important discussion points we didn't talk about last time that we need to today. And one of them that I've been getting quite a bit of communication on, that I would just like to kick off the board's question-answer period with this one question, and that is, Mr. Ferry, when staff first started contemplating how we were going to address not only vacation home rentals, but the hosted home rentals, I believe that staff had the idea that they should be two separate ordinances. And that was changed at some point, and they came together as one. And in doing so, the public has pointed out to me that we've, we missed some pieces. Like, for example, in the preamble, where we talk about why are vacation home rentals necessary, we talk about that they shouldn't disturb home, residences, but that they are an economic driver. We talk about those kind of things. But then when we threw hosted rentals in there, those same data points don't always apply. For example, we don't really have, and the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Committee identified this in their report. hosted home rentals in the basin is the best model we have for wanting to host our visitors in our neighborhoods, because there's very few complaints. As a matter of fact, I think we couldn't really find much in the data system on complaints. There's very few trash problems. There's very few parking problems. I mean, they are the ideal product. The problem that I remember with hosted, and there really is a question here, the problem that I remember with hosted is that people who were unable to get a vacation home rental permit were starting to pretend that they were a hosted rental. And so even though we didn't have regulations around hosted, and we didn't need to, because hosted was a really good model, the fact that we had the illegals switching over to try to pretend they were hosted is what caused us to start thinking about putting some kind of guardrails around hosted. But how is it that they became one ordinance and kind of lumped together?
So good, long question.
Sorry, sorry.
Was it good or was it long?
I know. Supervisor Heidel's rubbing off on me.
No, in all seriousness, we did originally propose separate ordinances to county council. One of the reasons we did that is that actually goes to trash, because our VHR ordinance points to our solid waste ordinance, and it says if you're in this ordinance, you must have a bear bin if you're in these certain school districts. Hosted home rentals, since an owner's on site, we felt didn't necessarily need to have a bear bin because they can deal with the trash and be present and not just put it out where bears would knock cans over. Since that time, of course, we have our 3-cart system. Things have really changed, right? So that was one of the main reasons why we wanted 2 separate ordinances. When we submitted them to council, and the ordinances were 98% the same, 99% the same, honestly. They were very, very similar with a few different modifications, like on occupancy for hosted. For hosted, we're suggesting a max occupancy of 4 persons, 2 per bedroom and 2-bedroom max. So since the ordinances were, and Mr. Livingston may want to supplement this, since the ordinances were so largely similar, it seemed like not the ideal policy to put 2 ordinances back to back in our code, which are about 20 pages long, and have them virtually read the same except for a couple sentences. So Mr. Livingston helped us craft language to help us around the bear bin requirement and some other clarifications. And I think we nicely sandwiched them together. I personally think they do work well together. They are so largely the same. One could argue that the community still does not want nuisances from hosted rentals. They don't want trash. They don't want noise. It's just like you don't from your normal neighbors. You know, we're all supposed to, of course, things happen, but we want to live cohesively. So that's really the answer.
Perfect, thank you. And I will turn this over to my colleagues to chime in.
Right, thank you. All right,
You wanna go?
Supervisor Parham, would you like to weigh in?
Lori?
Okay. I'm trying to figure out how to frame this so it doesn't come off badly, but it's going to come off badly. I have struggled with this process the whole time, and I feel that the concerns that I've brought up have been ignored. I've repeatedly asked for, on the west slope, and this is where you brought up earlier, we are one county, and I get that, Supervisor Lane. And you often bring that up in meetings, don't forget Tahoe, don't forget Tahoe. I feel that in this process, you forgot the west slope. And that's why this has been such a struggle. I worked really hard early on when I got on the board, before you were on the board, to get the 500-foot clustering in. That was a big deal. And I felt it was going to give the residents who are being heavily impacted some relief. We knew it would take time, though, to get there. So, and then hosted on the West Slope is a different beast. It just is. And it's been very abused, I believe, on the West Slope, not so much in Tahoe. And so that's why these conversations have been difficult. So I've asked, I think at every opportunity, that we either not have hosted on the West Slope and just tell people, get a VHR permit and you can run it however you want, hosted or not, you know, but then it'll have a permit, it will follow rules, and it will be part of the clustering, anti-clustering actually. But that's been completely, I think, disregarded in every conversation that we've had. And so I appreciate now that you've proposed, and I do say you because I feel like you've run with this and kind of left us in the dust. You've proposed a permit for hosted separate from the regular VHR permit, which kind of sort of addresses the problem. But then they're right here, I'm on the red line version, on page 7, at the top, there's an addition that says hosted home rentals are not subject to clustering. That's exactly the opposite of what I've been asking for. And so I just feel, and you know, again, when I talked to Brendan 4 years ago, whenever we did that last update and we got the clustering in 5 years now, whatever it was, you know, I thought we had the forward thinking to, because at that time we really were just talking about Tahoe, what can we do to help? And we had the forward thinking in a conversation. I remember one of our Zoom meetings, and I said, hey, why don't we get in front of this for the whole county, for the West Slope, and include the 500-foot so that we get in front of it down there so that we don't end up with this problem and then have to figure it out later. And we're like, yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to suggest, and you know, the rest of the board will have to noodle on this, but where that red line is, where it says hosted home rentals are not subject to clustering, I'd like to say hosted home rentals are not subject to clustering in the Tahoe Basin. Because, and you know, and again, my fellow board members, you guys noodle on this, but in my mind, you know, we were trying to get in front of that. I appreciate that you now are proposing at least a permit of some kind for hosted. That will help quite a bit. I can still see situations where it could still be abused, but I think that this will be a good start. So that was one of my biggest.
May I comment on that?
Uh-huh.
I apologize for my naiveness when I started this process, because as you know, I came into office in 2023, and by January, and by March, I was already saying, hey, I need help in the basin. This vacation home rental thing is out of control. I asked the board at that time if I could put together an advisory committee specifically representing District 5, specifically to advise me on changes that we could consider. So we were heavily weighted to the basin, and all of our considerations were within the basin. We didn't have the knowledge of the West Slope. So I apologize for that, because once we brought this ordinance forward and I started seeing the kind of like the whole thing right out of the gate with ranch marketing, I was like, whoa, I wasn't even really, my brain wasn't even in that space. So you're helping to kind of educate me that, you know, just as I always say, don't forget about the basin. In this particular case, all we cared about was the basin, and that's what you have before you. So any modifications that we have to make it work on the West Slope without just simply having two separate ordinances, which I think would be worse. We already have some precedents in this ordinance that we have a cap that only pertains to the basin. So I personally don't have a problem with also having a rule that the hosted rentals are not subject to the clustering in the basin. Because we are having an opposite effect. And, you know, I apologize for that oversight. Too focused on the basin and not focused enough on El Dorado County. as a whole. So I would accept that change easily.
And I appreciate that. And I know you came in, and I came up to your big meeting, the first one up here, and I appreciated that. So I think we can learn from this experience on how we can do things a little bit, make sure we have voices from all over on issues, because it is really easy to hyper-focus.
Yeah.
Like I talk about Georgetown a lot. I can't help it.
Right.
So
But you also have cool,
I
which
have,
is so
yeah,
cool.
it's so
And
cool.
Lotus.
So I appreciate that, and like I said, though, it's up to the whole board to decide if they think that's a
Sure.
good idea, but that's where I've been trying to get for quite some time now, so thank you for that.
Is that your comments, Supervisor?
That
Perez?
was the biggest one, everything else, I
seems-
think we're gonna, honestly, I think
Yeah.
with any ordinance, anytime we make changes to an ordinance, we kind of have to try it on, figure it out, and see how it does. And then usually within a year, we come back, and say, oh gosh, or yay, or, make some tweaks. It's really hard to know when you're making changes like this, what's going to work or not. And I appreciate it. I don't know if it got in the public record. There were quite a few emails flying around, public comments. I hope everybody knows, we do read them, reading them all. It's hard to keep up with them, but I saw that, Brendan, you got to reply to one, and I appreciated you explain. It seems like there's this one spot, it seems really like a weird requirement with the sinks. And you explained that's
not ours.
That's a TRPA requirement, though. It's not like something that we just made up, right? And so I appreciated that you explained that's a TRPA requirement, and therefore this ordinance has to follow that, which is another thing that we all need to recognize when we have these conversations. There's another layer of government up here in the basin that we also have to, make sure that we merge with that too. So, but I don't know if that was presented to the public as a whole.
and I
So you
can-
might want to expand on that just a wee bit, because I found it quite like, oh gosh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so on this sink issue, right, this is a big issue. Just to explain for members of the public here, I did provide a response to the public comment and copied you all, so hopefully you had a chance to look at that. We do, and Melanie's here as my backstop to keep me in line and make sure that we're always complying with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency's Code of Ordinances as well. In the Tahoe Basin, we need to be consistent with them. That's critically important. So on the issue of guest houses, which have a specific definition, they're not ADUs. It's a guest house. It has limited square footage, et cetera. Within the Tahoe Basin, those do not require what's called a residential unit of use. TRPA regulates development through two systems. One is you actually need a right to build a unit, a home, a condo, et cetera. And then you also need an allocation, and that's a metering process. The county gets 60 allocations every 2 years to give out to private citizens who want to build something in the basin. So it's a metering of development, so it happens at a slow pace, and you also need a right to develop. Guest houses do not require that additional residential unit of use. So, but they are deed restricted by TRPA. They require that deed restriction. So they're kind of special. It's kind of like maybe a mother-in-law unit or something, but they're not allowed to have more than 2 sinks because they can't have a full kitchen and a full bathroom. That would be an ADU, and that requires a residential unit of use and some other checks. So there's this distinction on a guest house versus an ADU. They're both accessory structures to a primary use, which is usually like a single-family home. But TRPA draws that distinction and deed restricts it as such. So that's why in our ordinance, we say, we'll let you use an attached guest house, but it can't have more than 2 sinks in Tahoe.
That's helpful,
Would
yes.
it be at all helpful somehow to reference the TRPA code in ours, so that if somebody were reading it and they, somebody that's not been engaged and they go, that doesn't make any sense, would it help us to reference the TRPA code so that they could go, oh, I see, we're also following that, or is that too cumbersome? Because you also, I think, had to reference TRPA for parking spaces or something too, also?
Yeah, the impervious surface. We got some questions on why does the driveway need to be paved? Again, that is a TRPA rule in Tahoe. All parking spaces for year-round use, which everything really is deemed to be by them, need to be plowable, a hard
Makes
plowable
sense.
surface
Makes sense.
because of plow damage. And I guess, I don't know, I may ask county council
Yeah.
if, sometimes the problem with adding code sections into our ordinance is that when TRPA goes and changes their code and that has a new section, all of a sudden we need to then modify our ordinance for that. So we
Right.
typically try to avoid things like that.
Okay.
Maybe better just to have that
But
answer on the ready.
We
Yeah.
we could
Yeah,
have like
for
an
those questions.
FAQ.
FAQs
or
are great.
Something
yeah.
like that.
Oh, that's better
appreciate
than,
that.
yeah, than an ordinance that can be modified and changed. All right.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you
Yeah.
for that.
Vice Chair Heidel, do you have any?
I had one that was new to me, and that's the issue with VHRs on private roads, which is something I hadn't considered, and I think that's primarily a West Slope situation, but I can understand that if you have a lot of traffic back and forth, there is no mechanism to maintain those roads when you're in a private area. And so one resident within that area is contributing to a much higher level of road wear and tear than the rest of them are. And I don't know if that's something we've ever considered or has been talked about, but it does seem to be and I don't think it affects very many VHRs that are out there, but I do think it's something we need to have the discussion on, because I can imagine if you've got a 2-mile private road and people are running back and forth on that all the time because VHRs have a lot of traffic, that it does contribute to things that are not compensated in terms of maintenance schedules. So,
Yeah, and for this one, I am going to turn this to Mr. Livingston.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Much more prepared on that one.
Yeah, it is a great question. I would, just to start, I would maybe discourage any action on that today, given the kind of failure to consider what the unintended consequences of that level of regulation may be.
Okay.
But I think what I would point out to you and the members of the public who've raised the concern is that there is a provision in the Civil Code, it's Civil Code 845, that provides that private property owners who take access via either a shared easement or a private road of some sort, it provides that they are to share in the cost of maintaining and repairing that road in proportion to their use. And it actually outlines a judicial procedure by which a resident could seek additional contribution from a neighbor who is utilizing the road in greater proportion than what their fair share may otherwise be. So while there may be a desire for the board to consider this at some point in the future, I do think it's important to note that a lot of the concerns raised there are issues that are kind of the typical private issues as between neighbors and may not necessarily require the intervention of the county to resolve.
Excellent.
excellent, very good, yeah.
Excellent. Good discussion.
Yeah, the
Wonderful.
proportion part is the important part, not just a contributory part, right? Because a lot of times it's equal contributions, but the proportion wording is very important. So good, we've got that covered, sounds
I
like.
think it's, honestly though, from some of the emails we got, I have a feeling it's beyond that though, for what the people were saying, is it's like, this is a private road. You know, it wasn't as much, I don't think about the wear and tear and money, is they just don't want a VHR. and
commercial enterprise on a private road.
And commercial enterprise on their private
part of
road.
it,
And
yeah.
so, but I don't know if that's something that we can they further that through civil also perhaps, or that's gonna get really messy. I think
Yeah,
we should look at
potentially.
that for the next go-round.
Sounds like it's an issue that might need to monitor and watch.
Yeah.
But not for action today. Good
think
discussion.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
I think it's worth noting, I read the comment as well, and I think a number of the concerns raised by that particular individual are beyond just the road issue. They are more typical VHR complaints. It appeared that there were concerns about noise and, other types of things, parking, that I think you're hearing that with a greater emphasis on enforcement, we are trying to reduce those things. So I think it's important to kind of take the comment in context.
Perfect, very good. Well, for my final comments, I just really want to, thank you, Brendan and Melanie and everyone else that's been involved in this, in helping us wrestle with the West Slope idiosyncrasies and how they interplay with this Tahoe-centric ordinance originally.
Right.
Yeah. And I think, from my perspective as a representative of District 3, I feel comfortable with where we're at today. I very much appreciate that the language that Mr. Livingston provided last time, that if there's a conflict, ranch marketing prevails, ranch marketing winery ordinances. I appreciate that the board directed our staff to figure out rural lodging opportunities on the West Slope through the rural lodging ordinance, which will then help us deal with the issues that we are all seeing in our agricultural communities and on the west slope. And that gives us an ability to not have two separate ordinances, but to address the issues that are unique to the west slope. So as I've engaged with the ag community this last month on this, I think people are comfortable with this direction. And as we've all noted, this will be a fluid process as we continue to monitor. But with code enforcement now in place, I think we were arriving at a good spot. So, great. Those are my comments for now. So, with that, if there's no more,
May I just make one
Absolutely.
clarification on Supervisor Parlin's proposed amendment? If the board decides to add that language, my suggestion would be that we use the identical language that's within the first sentence of section 5.56055, which is the cap section, which reads, within the Lake Tahoe Basin portion of the unincorporated area of El Dorado County.
Same area.
I
Then-
gotcha.
Then it would mirror, rather than just saying in the Tahoe Basin, it's just a little more descriptive, and it would mirror the cap section.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll defer to staff and county council on how to word it, as long as that gets in there. That'd be great.
and I am good with Supervisor Parlin's amendment to this. I think it won't affect the ag community, which is my primary purview, and it will help protect our neighborhoods. Yeah.
Especially the wineries in my district, so.
So I think that sounds good.
Yeah.
All right.
All
Great.
right.
Thank you, Brendan.
Thank
And,
you, Brendan.
Kim, let's go ahead and open up public comment on this. Or Kira, my apologies. Lovely to have you clicking for us today.
Now taking public comment on item 19, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you are joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the board chambers that would like to speak on this item? Come on down. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Blue Benedict. I am a property manager, manage about 35 VHRs in the basin, and I own one. I've been doing this for 16-plus years. I think one of the reasons the hotline is not getting many calls, this has been the slowest fall I have ever experienced. I, this weekend, have 2 check-ins, and they're both owners. That's it. So that might be part of why it's been very quiet. I also will be very interested to see what the TOT numbers look like, because everyone I've talked to is slow. But moving forward, so we have been marketing at 2 per bedroom plus 2. We have bookings going into 2025 already. I'm hoping we'll be able to work out something where if this ordinance goes into effect, I don't know what day it will go into effect, we can all change our marketing quickly, but we can't call those guests that have already booked and said, oh, by the way, you got to kick out 2 of your family members. So hopefully there can be some process to help us on that. Other than that, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Benedict. Appreciate your comments. Good morning.
Again. Hi. I own a hosted home rental in Tahoe, as you guys know. I am super, super concerned about the sink thing, and I'm very confused by it. I just saw the TRPA rule that you sent to John Daintree, and I'm really confused. I've got a 2-bedroom house. On the bottom floor of my house, a 4-bedroom house. Bottom floor has 2 bedrooms, a bathroom. I have a little kitchen counter with a sink and a microwave and a coffee pot and an induction cooktop. By definition, in renting those rooms downstairs, I have to get rid of that sink now. Is that what this is telling me?
Actually, if you could just ask your
I'm
question.
sorry, I
direct it
know
to
he
the board,
understands the
and then
ordinance, and I don't.
We will get
So-
answers after public
But
comment.
my concern is if I've got to get rid of that, right, we are making this experience for guests very unsanitary. They've got to wash their dishes in a bathroom sink. It's a horrible experience. I'm not going to get any revenue. I'm not going to be able to afford to live here. It's an issue. I also caution about the increase in cost. What I saw was biannual inspections. So 2 times a year, we're going to pay for inspections. What are those inspections going to cost? If it's in your final document, I haven't seen it.
Every 2 years.
Okay, because biannual to me means twice a year.
I'm confused by that.
Yeah, when I looked up the definition, anyways. Okay, good. I'm glad to know that. And then what I'm also confused about is this ordinance. This is the county putting this ordinance out. Is this affecting the city rentals?
No.
It is not.
No.
So we have an issue here because if TRPA, which governs and is very, very strict in the city, there is no rule about this 2 sink things on these rentals in the city. I mean, just know that, right? There's nowhere where that is disclosed. If you look at rentals like mine, they all have sinks in hosted rentals. So if TRPA's got a bad rule, I'm willing to go fight TRPA over this, but this makes absolutely no sense. And I don't know if I'm out of compliance with my house now, if I don't rent, or do I just open the door that allows them to go up into my home, and that's now a legit rental downstairs?
So quick question, is the spaces that you're renting attached to your house, or is it a separate?
It is underneath my house. It is the two.
Okay, so it's in
two-bedroom
your
structure.
house.
It is
Okay.
my home.
Okay,
It's my home.
great.
Yeah.
We'll get clarification
Okay,
on that.
I appreciate that.
You
Thanks.
bet. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them. Good questions. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you for listening to me again, and appreciate. I'm Arthur John Daintree. I'm the email that was replied to, that everyone spoke about. So my first question that I'd like some clarification on, I've been doing this since 2018. When I did as a hosted rental, no complaints ever, never a violation or anything. When I first did this, I applied for a vacation rental permit and got one. No problem. Off we went. 2019, I came to renew it, and I was told by the staff in Placerville that I didn't need it because I was a hosted rental. I said, that's fine, but I'd like to have it, in anticipation of things like this happening. And I was told by those staff that they wouldn't give it to me. So now this has all happened, and the 2 sink thing, and all, if I have a vacation rental and happen to still live on my property, this doesn't, I can have 2 sinks. So it null and voids it. So my question is, can I get grandfathered back into the permit that I had in 2018 that I was told I couldn't have anymore because I lived on the property? That's my first question. And if that is a yes, then this is all null and void, and we can all move along. But back to the sink issue. If the answer is no, as Karina was asking, well, so if they have access to my kitchen, if I just open the door, because there's a door, you open the door, come into the kitchen, well, do the sinks, or the master bedroom that I have with 2 sinks in it, do I have to still rip out 1 sink from the vanity of the his and her master bedroom with the ensuite bathroom, which once again seems insane. If TRPA is, I'm not sure what they're trying to get at with this thing. It's one house, and we're letting them use the master bedroom as a rental. Why should I destroy the ensuite bathrooms, his and hers sinks? Doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, so that was that. And then I think that was really it. Those are the main 2 things. The parking thing, just to clarify, as I understand it, if it's a hosted rental and you have 2 parking spaces, one for the owner, one for the guests, you're covered. I mean, just clarifying that is the yes, correct?
All right.
Okay. But the biggest thing is the sink issue. I mean, that's...
30 seconds.
Okay, well, I'm good, but please, if I can get my vacation rental license that I originally had back that your staff told me I couldn't get, this will solve all my problems, and I'm happy to keep paying and acting as a real vacation rental, even though I live on the property.
All
That will
right.
solve
Thank
the
you.
issue. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to come on down? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Mark Remmelman. I live at 1530 Aztec Way up here in the unincorporated area of El Dorado County. I got a few questions. The whole transparency thing, I appreciate the kind of review of complaints versus where they were, but something like that should be a public record that anybody can go up and look at on the website, and it does not exist. So that kind of hurts the whole transparency thing, because your whole foundation is based on all of these complaints. And I would like to know on the committee who represented HHRs when these discussions were being had about, well, let's just roll them all into the VHR thing. Was there any input from HHR permit holders? I mean, I feel like there was never any public dissemination of, oh, we're going to do this and we're going to make this change, and oh, if you have a hosted rental, you're not going to be included. So that's a problem. I do disagree with the one size fits all. I really think there needs, if you want to use one set of regs, then you have to differentiate, all right, this applies to VHRs only, this applies to HHRs. You can use the same words in an area, but you can expand upon it. For example, the hot tub thing. I have a hot tub at one end of my house. It's right off the master bedroom. The part of the house I plan to use down the road, my wife says when she's dead, but that I want to use as a hosted home rental, is at the other end of the house. They would not have access to that. Yet if I'm out in my hot tub at 10 o'clock at night, after 10, which per the regulation is a no-no, I can be cited because I have a permit for a hosted rental. That's not right. The noise ordinance, if I have my family up because I have an HHR, which may not even be rented at that time, if we make a lot of noise and there's a noise complaint, I can lose my permit.
30 seconds.
Thank you. The last thing is sinks. Everybody's beating on sinks. I got a permit from El Dorado County to add this office living space. It has a little sink for the coffee machine, and it has a bathroom with a sink. That falls on, the problem is you've qualified a room as a house, as a guest house. Fix the definition, then the TRPA thing doesn't apply.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Holly Hoffman. I live in Myers. This past year, my husband and I started doing a hosted rental. It came out of my husband was laid off, and so we really relied on that income and really enjoyed being host. And we were always there to oversee them, and there were never any complaints. My neighbor Mark can attest to that, being my neighbor right there. There was no complaints. You can ask any of my neighbors. And I know that we've said that's really not the issue, that hosted rentals are the problem, but I really don't like how they've been grouped in with these vacation rentals. And unfortunately, I just found out about this on Saturday, so I haven't had that much time to spread the word, but I am a part of a really large community here. I run a book club of 30 women, and many of them are going to be impacted by this, and unfortunately aren't really able to be here this last minute to be here to speak today. But many of us rely on this hosted rentals and the way that it's lumped in with vacation rentals, and the way that this ordinance, if it does pass, will prevent a lot of us from being able to do it. So my husband and I, we relate to the sink thing. We have a room in the house, and it's attached to our house, but we do have a sink in there, and we also have a bathroom, right? So we're gonna run into that, and we do have a fridge in there, but we are there to oversee them. We could let them come upstairs to cook, but it's nice to have some separation. We still have that interaction with them. So I just feel like it's, the way it's worded, I think there were some good points about what Mark just said. If there is any way, I'm really honestly not an expert on this, but if there's any way you guys can support us, because I really don't think we're part of the problem here. I think it's really some people that are breaking rules or not, and I think this is just going to lead to more people breaking rules if they can't get access to a permit. So I know that there's going to be reinforcement and all that, but you know, for the people like me who really want to follow the rules, I feel like I'm not going to be able to even get that permit, and that really sucks. So yeah, any help that you guys can do, I would really, really appreciate. Yeah, and then also, like, there's other things, like our driveway, for example, may not count, like, we didn't, the driveway is like railroad ties.
30 seconds.
In, already in our house, and for us, we can't afford right now to like completely get a new driveway, and that may be an issue. So all this wording here is really gonna suck, because we may not be able to get a permit, so, yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments, appreciate them. Is there anyone else? Come on down. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lauren Gresh. I'm general manager for a vacation rental company here in town. Just want to thank real quick Brendan and Kevin and the whole team at the compliance office. We really appreciate the efforts, and all of yours as well. Just something that we are concerned about is with the 600 unit cap in the basin. We only support the 600 unit cap if the board is knowingly approving it, understanding the ramifications of the current 500-foot buffer. In reviewing a previous map, we believe the Tahoe Basin will be reduced too much, potentially to only 350 VHRs. Using the 500-foot buffer, this impacts far too many homeowners, and we believe the county should do a full financial analysis of that impact. Significant revenue is being generated for roads, snow clearing, and the general fund. Past approvals for the 500-foot buffer and the current consideration for a cap of 600 is based on a belief that the 500-foot buffer would limit VHRs to 600 homes. We believe this to be a misinterpretation of previous maps, so it'd be good to have some clarification. We suggest the board should request 2 new basin maps to evaluate the true impact of the buffer, one with the current 500-foot buffer and another that defines a buffer adjustment that will match the 600 unit cap. In the past 90 days, we've seen a significant real estate sales activity, resulting in a 15% reduction in VHRs that we manage. The EDC staff's report for today's meeting indicates the number of VHRs have declined to just over 750, down from nearly 1,000 just a couple years ago. So the buffer is working to reduce VHR clustering. Our fear is the buffer is going to impact the number of VHRs far greater than anticipated by the Board of Supervisors. And any new approval for caps should be based on factual representation of the impact of the buffer. Last thing, in addition, reducing the occupancy by 2 adults per bedroom, removing the +2 is a significant improvement for the neighborhood. But to support family-friendly visitors,
30 seconds.
To support more family-friendly visitors, we recommend increasing the age of children from 5 years and under to 10 years and under. Just give us more opportunity for families to come up. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments, appreciate them. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Volodymyr Klocicki. I'm a homeowner here in the Tahoe Basin. So I want to comment further on the hosted home rentals. We have 2 types of homes and homeowners here in Tahoe and in El Dorado County: the secondary vacation homes that are empty most of the year, and occupied homes where people live full-time. So I'm in the second category, and for people like me, the income from hosted home rentals has been vital over the last year. And I know many people who are also, for whom this is a vital income to help them to support living in this community. We have had more than 20 people stay in our home over the last year, and we have had zero complaints from the neighbors. And I do talk to all of my neighbors. I asked them specifically about this issue, just to be sure. They all said there were no complaints from them. So with the passage of this ordinance, it will be unclear to me if we are able to get the permit. I will again mention the sink issue, which is absolutely unclear to me, what is attached guest house. Every room in my house is attached to the house. Does it mean every room in my house is a guest house? I don't know. It may mean that people like me will not be able to be part of this community anymore, and it will become a community of more and more secondary empty vacation homes. I think this can be destructive to the community. I just want you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else? Good morning.
Morning. Board of Supervisors, thank you for coming to Tahoe and allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Caleb Fry. I'm a 16-year professional manager here in South Tahoe. I appreciate all the county's effort on this challenging topic. I really enjoyed everything Mr. Bailey had to say and what his team is doing, including the prioritization of collecting data. I think data should really be driving decision-making. I was on the AC Advisory Committee, and I generally support most proposals of the ordinance. However, I believe some of the items in this new proposal are extreme and overreaching and not in the spirit of the intent of the AC. I do not believe data supports some of these extreme measures. My feedback includes a hope for this data to be public and transparent so we can see what violations are occurring and what remedial action is being taken. I think any changes that go into effect should not affect the in-place reservations. We don't want to have to go cancel guests, tell them they can't bring their in-laws, even though they may appreciate it. We don't want to be disruptive like that. When the city did this, they allowed a period, and this was for all new reservations, and that was enforceable by simply having a rental agreement that's dated. They can say that, hey, we booked before that change went in effect. I oppose the cap. I think the cluster is an effective cap, and it's working, and I think further action is unnecessary. The trash ordinance is bothersome to me. I'd love to hear from Mr. Bailey if most of these calls that come in on Monday, Tuesday are for VHRs or if this is all residents. That to me is an important data point. As written, it says in a single incident in 3 hours, a permit holder can incur 3 violations, potentially revoking if not suspending their permit, as well as incurring up to $9,500 in penalties. So we're talking a single incident, almost $10,000 in penalty and revocation of a permit. Things happen. People's cars break down. This is extreme. Is our VHR's trash that much more serious than local residents? VHRs are required to have bear boxes. Residents are not. Seems extreme. The local contact being decertified
30
after
seconds.
2 failures to appear. I mean, am I shutting my company down and the 40 people who work for me because 2 times in a 10-year period we don't respond within 30 minutes? I don't think that was the intent of the AC. I don't believe that to be the intent of those who may have crafted this. I asked for the exempt age to be 10, not 5. So as others said, we can promote family tourism. And I would love to see whatever parking amendments were made from this draft here.
Thank you.
I intend to send a follow-up and an email, and
Perfect.
thank you very much.
And thank you for working on the advisory committee. We appreciate it. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak before we go online? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Leona Allen. I'm a lifelong resident of the El Dorado portion of Tahoe Basin, and welcome to Tahoe. As you know, we have been working with the VHR issue for many years, well before the start of many of you on the board and myself since 2007. I believe that Supervisor Lane has appropriately handled the issue by creating this group of stakeholders across the board who, using consensus, came to an agreement regarding what the VHR ordinance should look like. I do not agree with the ordinance, all of the ordinance. However, I agree with the process, and the process worked. And for an El Dorado County resident, for me to ignore the process would be a little bit undemocratic. So I am here to say, please heed the committee's recommendations and pass the first reading of the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your insights. Appreciate that. All right. Well, Thank you all. Appreciate your, actually,
I've already spoken.
no, only one speaker. Sorry.
You said you'd answer.
We will. When we're, excuse me, when we're done with public comment, I will answer questions. Yes. All right, so Kira, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from 237.
Good morning. 237?
Hi, my name is Arti Kumar. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Go right ahead.
Thanks so much for taking the time to hear our concerns. I'm calling to express my concerns about the permit cap, and I agree with the several comments made today against lowering the permit cap. Growing up, I cherished my vacations in Tahoe, and I dreamed of one day becoming a part of this beautiful community. And now my husband and I are thrilled to share this experience with our 3-year-old son. So we recently purchased a home that we can truly call our own, but a key part of our plan requires generating rental income to pay our mortgage while we're out of town. Having patiently waited on the VHR permit wait list, we are now entering the full application process. But if you decrease that cap down to 600, many of us who are otherwise eligible will not be able to get a permit. I urge you to reconsider this proposed cap on VHR permits. So many of us have made significant financial decisions after thorough planning based on the current regulations, and any arbitrary change would drastically affect our financial stability. The 500-foot clustering rules already address the concerns you raised, as you explained in the previous meeting when describing your 500-foot extrapolation model. And imposing further restrictions based on hypothetical, just-in-case scenarios without any data would unfairly disadvantage those of us who are so close to obtaining a permit. And the proposed cap would prevent any chance for our permits, leaving us financially defeated, and we will have to sell our home. We share a common goal to preserve the fantastic qualities of this community while fostering its development. But over-regulation is not the solution. It is essential for rules to evolve alongside the community, and that the community is given time to adapt to those rules as well. Therefore, I respectfully request that you do not tighten the cap on permits. Please do not jeopardize the financial stability of many of us currently in the application process. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them.
Now taking public comment from Brianna Quave.
Good morning.
Hello, can the board hear me?
Certainly can. Go right ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. I know the board has heard from me several times via emails and letters and also at the last meeting. I just wanted to join today, and apologies, but I did miss the first 30 to 40 minutes of the meeting, and I'm not sure if the cap was discussed, to primarily address the proposed 600 permit cap and seek clarification on it as well. I echo the concerns brought by Mr. Fry, as well as our last speaker and many others who have called or written in about this cap. The 500-foot buffer rule has already materially reduced the number of VHRs in the Tahoe Basin, and it's working. This cap, coupled with that 500-foot buffer rule, has not been studied in terms of its impact, but I suspect will reduce the number of allowable VHRs to a level that will really negatively impact your TOT revenue, which you need to support the staff salaries for all your VHR staff, as well as all the local businesses and individuals who rely on VHR guests to keep their doors open. I implore the board to consider that before a knee-jerk cap is instituted that hasn't been the subject of much study. As far as the impact of the cap to myself, my husband and I may have to sell our home. Based on the text of the ordinance, if your application wasn't received before November 1st, 2020, you wouldn't even be grandfathered in. And, given that we're grandfathered due to the buffering, we may actually just lose the permit. We will sell, and when we sell, the people who buy our house are going to be people who have more money than us. They'll be wealthy out-of-towners, they'll maybe visit the property once or twice a year, but they're not going to be paying TOT, the thousands of dollars of TOT that we pay, and they're not going to be bringing tourists into the West Shore to keep the local businesses there open. And I want the board to seriously consider the impact this will have on those local
30
constituents.
seconds.
I'd also like to note that the occupancy limits seem to not be data-driven either, and will have a similar negative impact. I think the suggestion to at least raise the age to 10 or maybe 12 or 13, at least not to impact family travelers who are our core guest base, be considered by the board if there really needs to be adjustments to occupancy limits at all. But I don't think that there does. The fire department can already address life safety concerns through
Thank
inspection.
you.
Thank
you
you.
for your comments. Appreciate you calling in.
Now taking public comment from Vinu Kumar.
Good morning. Mr. Kumar, you're up? Are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
If you can speak up, we can barely hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, much better, thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. And
We're not hearing anything.
sorry, I'm getting some feedback. But
Hello?
maybe this is better.
Yes, I think so. Go ahead, go ahead.
So thank you again for your all your work in keeping this community safe. Not an easy job, and also all the security that it brings along. I'm a property owner here in South Lake Tahoe in the Myers County with a pending permit. And like many of the other people who've called in today, I'm a little concerned about the proposed short-term rental cap reduction. Part of my plan and my family's plan in investing here in a property was one, to obviously be part of this community, have the opportunity to travel here and enjoy this community, be part of the community, contribute to the community, but also have an opportunity to offset some of the costs that come with owning a house here in South Lake Tahoe. I believe with the incorporation of this cap, this will have significant negative impacts on me personally, but I also think this impacts our people that want to come travel to South Lake Tahoe and have a house, or a family that wants to visit South Lake Tahoe may not have an opportunity if we are financially impacted and would need to sell this property. I do believe that the board has taken good measures like the 500-foot buffer that was instituted to reduce the number of homes that truly get a permit. And also, I think some of the conversations today about code enforcement is really important. And if you don't give time for that to play in and change rules, it really impacts people that put in a lot of planning and impacts their lives as well. So I urge the board to reconsider this reduction and explore some of the alternate solutions that you've already been thinking about. Thank you, and I've already sent a detailed letter as well to the board about this. Again, thank you for your time and consideration, and sorry for the technical difficulty. Thanks again.
No problem. Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 816.
Good morning. You dropped off? I think so. All right. Well, thank you all. All right, so let's get some answers here. A lot of questions about sinks, and certainly understand that. So I guess my question is there any opportunity to amend the definition in our ordinance to be a bit broader, like was brought up about if there's 2 master sinks in a master bedroom? That was an interesting consideration, and a sink. If someone is renting out a lower floor, a guest house, per our definition, would apply to that because it's a permitted dwelling space attached or detached to primary dwelling. So what is our, I don't know if I'm talking to Brandon or David, about our opportunities.
Yeah, let me try on the sinks.
All right, let's talk about sinks.
So, to try to provide some clarification here, I think it's fair if we're considering an existing rental in a home that's not detached, and they did not need an allocation to build it, and it meets the standards, that they can have more than one sink. If it's a detached guest house, they cannot. If it's an ADU and it required an allocation, then they can, because that's a separate process. But rentals, existing rentals within a home, not detached, and just looking more in depth on these rules and trying to interpret them, that's my understanding, is that they would be allowed to have more than one sink.
Okay, now you say existing rentals, does that mean, what about future rentals in an attached home? Because I think it's great to solve the problem for existing rentals right now, but this will be an ongoing issue.
I know, and it's very nuanced, and they go through the plan check process, and I wish we had a TRPA planner here to help me answer some of these very TRPA type issues. Melanie, do you have any thoughts?
So what would be the process for getting clarification on this for the final reading? Perhaps, because I think direction from the board to clarify the sink issue as it pertains to attached dwelling units?
Right. I guess one way we could do it would be to go to Supervisor Parlin's recommendation, where we eliminate the sink language from our ordinance and we just point to TRPA's Code of Ordinances.
Well,
That
I
could be a
appreciate
solution.
what you walked us through that code right now, because it just sounds like as long as you're not using one of those TRPA residential allocations, you're good, right? Isn't that how you're reading it?
Not quite technically, unfortunately. It's very, very nuanced.
So I think that this is perhaps an important enough issue, though, that I just don't think we should rush into this today. I know that we want to get this done soon, but like you said, we want to get this done correctly. And I think this is such a finite issue to explore and bring back within, a reasonable time. Because I don't think we should rush into this particular item. It sounds like it could be quite a big deal. And I appreciate the existing is good, but you're right, Supervisor Thomas. If we don't figure it out for future,
And
we're
we
really
have
not
to.
addressing the issue.
Exactly, it has to
What are
be.
your thoughts, Supervisor
How about
Lee?
one other suggestion? How about if it's technically permitted as a guest house and officially designated as that? Because other folks have sections of their home that they use as a rental, it sounds like, that weren't permitted specifically as a guest house.
Right.
Then I would say multiple sinks are certainly allowed.
Yes, I would think so.
If it's permitted specifically as a guest house, per the definition in TRPA's code, then the sink rule applies.
There you go.
Does that work? That
That works.
Yeah, and that
should
takes
work.
into account existing and future.
And future.
There you go.
Yeah, I like
Does that
that.
make sense?
Perfect.
Okay.
Don't get us confused.
Because this is not our
I
regulations.
know,
yet.
I'm not going to get you confused. I just want to ask a question, especially when it comes to our safety and health codes, the state that mandates. Is there some kind of violation there, especially if you don't have a bathroom sink or a kitchen sink? And not only that, the California Residential Code, CRC, regulates many of the aspects of residential construction. So have we looked into any of that? Because are they in violation of those codes?
I think it might be best, as Brendan's indicating, but perhaps even expanding it further, but just to kind of defer to a properly permitted
Properly permitted,
unit,
sounds right.
Right.
which I think would, accomplish what you're seeking to do. And to the extent that the TRPA ordinances do impose some stricter requirements of course, somebody would be required to comply with those, because I agree with you, Supervisor Parlin. I don't know if we're going to get to the bottom of that today. I think as I'm looking through the TRPA Code of Ordinances, it is interesting in that it defines a residential unit as including not more than one kitchen, right? So I think that's kind of the crux of it is, if there is a unit that essentially has multiple kitchens under the TRPA Code of Ordinances, that would be either a second residential unit or some type of lock-off or split-use thing. So if we don't want to get into the ins and outs of applying TRPA's Code of Ordinances, perhaps the best way would just be to remove the specific language that's in that section on guest houses, and instead just, I think it already does, in fact, reference a permitted dwelling space. So if we want to include more additional language, we certainly could, but I think that it has to be properly permitted is the bottom line. And that also addresses your concern, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, and we certainly don't want to, amend this ordinance on the dais.
Yeah.
But I think you're hearing from all of us that we understand this challenge with other sinks and how complicated that is, and the desire for the board to have a broader interpretation of that within the bounds of the law. And so,
So I think the direction is, if it's a permitted guest house, then it applies. And I think, Mr. Livingston, your suggestion that we just leave the first sentence in the guest house definition and strike all the specifics, because you said it's permitted. It uses the word permitted.
Yeah, correct. I think you might want to keep that last sentence that reads, "The use of the guest house as a hosted rental shall not constitute commercial use."
Okay.
But
Okay,
the middle two sentences, perhaps you could
so here we can reconcile the sink issue.
Right.
Okay, excellent.
Again, we are not authorizing anything that, as far as the structure itself, that isn't otherwise authorized. I want to make clear that somebody would still have to comply with whatever permitting requirements are applicable, but we are essentially deferring to whatever regulatory agency would be the one in charge of those permitting requirements.
Right. We're not enacting stricter regulations on them. Yeah,
For this purpose, correct.
exactly, for this purpose. All right.
Permitting in the context of what you're
Excuse
talking
me, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but permitting meaning county permits for a home, or permitting meaning?
I'll just answer. I know we don't answer questions thrown out from the audience, but I think it's worthwhile. It has to be properly permitted by whichever agency would have regulatory authority.
Over that use.
Right, so county, TRPA, and I think that is expanding beyond just the VHR ordinance. We're saying that the structure itself has to have been properly permitted.
Okay, thank you.
That certainly applies to all these rules, yes.
Okay, excellent. Also heard a lot of questions and concerns about the cap. And I know when we were wrestling with this a couple of years ago, when we did the buffering, the 500-foot buffer, that was before you were on the board, Supervisor Lane. The direction the board took is that the buffer would help mitigate the overuse of neighborhoods for VHRs. That seemed to be the primary challenge, is that neighborhoods were being overrun and turned into commercial enterprises predominantly. And so the 500-foot buffer would spread them out across the Tahoe Basin, thereby helping reconcile that challenge. So the thought was that the cap was not as important as the buffer. And we heard a lot of concerns today about that. Is there a willingness to relook at that cap? And I'll turn that over to you, Supervisor Lane, because I know you are a proponent of lowering it.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not wedded to that position.
Okay.
But there was a rationale behind it that I felt was important, and that's why I brought it forward. Staff did not make that recommendation initially. I brought it forward from the advisory committee because I feel it's very relevant to the conversation we're having today. So to the board's credit and to Ms. Parlin and Frenzen.
Yeah, Frenzen.
You guys really did a yeoman's job in getting that 500-foot buffer in place, and it did help. The only mistake that the basin might point to in that regard was that you grandfathered everybody in. So what we have are clusters that have like golden tickets, because if they sell their home, then they lose that permit, and the person buying it won't be able to reestablish the permit because they're in a cluster. So but the 500-foot cluster is working over time, as was pointed out, through attrition, we had 900 vacation home rentals back in 2022, and today we have, according to our records, 790, but I heard 750.
794.
794. So attrition is working, but for people whose residents and homes are in clusters, it's such a slow process. I mean, it's like pulling teeth without, any Novocaine. So my thought on this and my reason for bringing forth the 600 cap is the fact that I did ask GIS to do a test on the 500-foot buffer. And I think all of you who have been in my office down in Placerville, you've seen that map. I've since replaced it with a beautiful sculpture of the basin. But for a long time, there was that map with all those pink circles on it. That map was run in 2023. I asked them to pick a home in Tahoma, because remember the basin includes Tahoma, Meeks, Fallen Leaf, Cascade, all of that, down into the South Shore, not including the city, up to the top of Echo Summit, not going over the top. So if you run that map and you just pick a home in Tahoma, then you say, what could be the next home 500 feet from that home? What could be the next home 500 feet from that home? You get 518 possible VHRs. And that could be a little bit plus or minus, depending on parcel size and all of those things that we can't control, but it's a very close number. The thinking of the advisory committee and the recommendation of the whole advisory committee to accept the 600 cap was, what if somebody contested the buffer? What if that was contested legally and we lost? 600 would be a safety net. That's all that is. I understand people who are in the industry. I understand homeowners who are on the wait list who are saying, gosh, if you went to that 600 right now, I'm out no matter what. So I understand that, but I wanted to bring forth the thinking of around the 600. It was not a number plucked out of the sky. It does have some rationale behind it, and I'm sympathetic to the whole question here. So not necessarily wedded to one idea or the other.
That's helpful. That was based on data and your research, but once again, you're open to leaving the cap perhaps at 900 and letting the buffer dictate.
Or reduce it to 800, and so incremental type of changes as we see, the spreading of the effects. Mm-hmm. That to me makes more sense. Just bring it down gradually so nobody who's in the application process feels threatened that they're not going to be able to do it because of a cap, but keep it at a reasonable number, and 100 increment decline.
Although we're at 794. That would
understand.
That's
100.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest that we leave the cap alone for now and let the clustering continue on for another couple years or so. I liked and to your point, your map, if we could do a little bit more, in the meantime, some evaluation of potential, because again, though, it's kind of interesting. We struggled with that. You're right. All right, 500 clustering, but then in some of these really impacted neighborhoods, we looked at each other and said, so who's going to pick? How do we get that neighborhood down? And so we felt that, and now I feel that with enforcement in place, because that was what we were kind of missing when we made that decision, because we kept going, well, we would kind of want to get rid of bad actors, but we didn't have enforcement in place. So I feel that maybe if we can get that cap some more time and the clustering, and again, I think that we need to continue looking at this on an annual basis, getting updates to see how we're doing, reevaluate, because we are making some changes today. I think that that's something we don't need to touch, and we don't need to cause angst. And I'll be honest with you, if there's a legal challenge on the clustering, I think we're going to have bigger problems. So, and the cap would probably be challenged too. Just saying, who knows what they would challenge. So, but I think we're being fair to everyone. I think that we'll have to see if there is a legal challenge someday. There could be. I don't want to go there. So anyway, I think that's one thing we don't need to touch today, and we'll keep an eye on it. And I'd be concerned with going down to 800 based on the one caller, you know, they're getting ready and we're so close to even an 800 cap. I just, if
It
the
just sets a
clustering's
trend,
working.
but
I
that's
think
okay.
leaving it
Yeah.
at 9 is a
Okay.
wise
For
course.
now.
Right, for now.
And we'll look at it.
Okay, let me go through the rest of this list quickly. Brendan, is there a thought that, how are we going to, the changes in this ordinance, are we going to apply to all new reservations only?
Right, so I did talk to Mr. Livingston about this, so we feel, you know, some kind of a grace period is certainly fair, and I think the way that we can implement that is that the specific conditions for an individual's permit, which are things like occupancy, will remain in effect until they renew the permit.
Okay. So that gives a grace
And
period.
That gives, that
an
inherently
implementation
builds
period.
in a grace period, and then upon renewal, we would modify their occupancy, and we would, you know, they would get some new conditions. With that, though, the other, you know, ordinance amendments, things like fine amounts and enforcement process, all those things will go into effect on the effective date, which would be 30 days after October 22nd.
Okay. What does the board want to consider as far as the age of children? The suggestion was to move from age of 5 up to 10.
I don't think I was completely resolved on that answer unless I missed something.
Okay.
Can we go back to that for
Absolutely.
just a
Oh, yeah.
moment?
Sure.
Okay, so we would allow them to keep the occupancy they have today until they renew. But what if Michelle Benedict, for example, who came forth as public comment, who manages 35 and has one of her own, what if her renewal is up in January, but she's already taken reservations out until summer? I mean, will we allow, as was kind of mentioned, that if you can show a proof of a signed
Reservation?
reservation
Rental
form,
agreement?
that would be allowable as well?
I guess I would defer to council on that.
So I think it's important to kind of put the entirety of the VHR ordinance permitting system in context to help answer the question, because a VHR permit is subject to annual renewal. So I think it is our argument that nobody has an expectation of that continued renewal, such that any reservations they're making beyond the term of the permit are to a certain extent speculative on their part. So, and I think that we have our friends up here in the city of South Lake Tahoe with their litigation confirmed that with these annual permits, a permittee gains no vested rights to engage in that use beyond the specified permit term. So I think that what Brendan's suggesting is simply that the grace period is a natural byproduct of the way that the ordinance would be implemented, and that these conditions of operation are conditions of the permits that will be issued. So they will go into effect for a particular property upon its renewal. You're asking, I think, and further of that, what if somebody has something beyond that? I think that because they really have no expectation of renewal, I think I would say the county could impose those requirements on those reservations that would be kind of falling under a new permit should those reservations be taking place after the permit's renewed. All that is to say, I think the best way to handle this may be on a case-by-case basis through the code enforcement process, because code often does consider factors such as what you're suggesting about how long, when the booking was made, other kind of ancillary considerations in determining kind of the level of enforcement to engage in on a particular property.
So how would you put that into motion?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, though, and I'm looking at Mr. Bailey, and he's kind of shaking his head yes, that he understands the intent of that direction. I could see the abuse of that as well, and I hate to say it because then it kind of provokes an idea maybe in someone's head, like, oh, I hadn't thought of that. But we've seen how that gets abused, and I think we do have to trust our code enforcement to be able to make those on-the-spot determinations, and we would give them that flexibility without necessarily codifying it.
To be reasonable.
To be reasonable.
Reasonable, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So once again, the question was, would the board consider moving the exempt age up to 10 rather than from 5? And I will look to you, Supervisor Lane, because you were engaged with your advisory committee on that issue.
Yeah, thank you for that. we did go back and forth, and the reason why we decided, I sat in the room, but they made the decisions. The reason why they felt that 5 was the appropriate age is because we have soccer tournaments and other kinds of big sports events up here where entire teams travel up with their coaches. And so it's reasonable to think that a family with a 10-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 5-year-old would be able to rent a home, and that wouldn't be a big deal. The thing that they were towing with was what happens when the soccer team turns up with 10 10-year-olds and 2 coaches, and it's a different deal. So that's how they chose 5. Again, I, defer to my colleagues if that's a change that you want to make. I certainly understand the comments about wanting to be family friendly. Understood, but when they had to draw the line in the sand somewhere, that was the reason why they landed where they landed.
That's helpful. That's helpful. And, maybe we try 5 for a year and look at it and see if there's problems. Now, we are pushing up. We're 15 minutes past 11 o'clock, so we certainly want to get this right. But are there any other issues that you heard that we've not addressed?
There's one issue that I heard that I felt we could deal with, and that is in the very beginning of the ordinance, we talk about why we're doing this, and we talk about county staff has responded to numerous complaints involving excessive noise, disorderly conduct, vandalism, overcrowding, on and on. And it was well pointed out by the people that run hosted rentals, there's no data that shows that that's an issue in hosted rentals. So my suggestion would be just wordsmithing that to say, on B, county staff has responded to numerous complaints regarding VHRs involving blah, 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 the whole list. And then add a sentence into this same description regarding hosted rentals that says something along the line of, hosted rentals provide a community benefit for full-time residents who need to offset high housing costs in the Tahoe Basin to continue to live in and contribute to their communities. Secondly, if resident homeowners are on-site during guest days, this provides built-in response to prevent or address any problems immediately. I think those are important in defining how hosted rentals operate in the same community. And it's just a definition. It's not even a definition. It's just the entry as to why are we doing what we're doing. And I just think that that is fair to our hosted families out there.
So are you willing to entertain a motion?
Whoa. Yeah.
There's one more item I want to talk about really quick, Chair. I know we're up against time.
And we also talked in
I'll
a
see
motion.
if I can figure it
We
out.
also talked about having a clustering policy on the West Slope for hosted
Correct.
rentals. Okay.
I did also think that, I heard some comments about it, the trash policy did seem a little extreme with the 30 minutes, 66, it just seems so, and I get it, you want it resolved quickly, but that just seems super duper wow, and it could lead up to a suspension. I don't know.
Is it practical?
Is it practical to be so extreme with that? And maybe your advisory committee had thoughts on why, and we could have.
I don't recall
address
that coming
concerns.
from the advisory committee. I will just remind everybody that in the basin, vacation home rentals are required to have bear boxes. And there's almost no excuse for having trash issues with the bear boxes if they're used properly. And that just simply means all the trash is in the bear box and they're locked. What we're having issues with are vacation home renters that don't explain to their rental clients how to use the boxes. So they're left unlocked and they create a mess, and they can create a mess for days. Because, right, the renter's
attractive
gone.
nuisance, yeah.
Right, and they left the trash box open. The bears have gotten into it. If no one does anything about it quickly, it disseminates throughout the neighborhood quickly. More animals come. So it requires a sense of urgency, but perhaps Mr. Ferry can speak to why those timelines came in.
That's exactly right. You hit the nail on the head. In talking to Kevin with his past experience, trash is one of those issues that an officer, if he arrives on site, he or she arrives on site and sees trash, a trash violation, and there's no one to clean it up, the officer cannot just leave and go to a new site. So it becomes an issue where that officer will stay until the trash is cleaned up. Because, as Supervisor Lane said, the trash will start moving throughout the neighborhood with crows and bears and other critters, right? So we do want a sense of urgency on that. Trash and bears is really important in Tahoe. They are required to have bear bins. They should be operated correctly. Trash should not be on the ground. And that is why we have that specific rule on trash built in here, is because officers really cannot leave a site that has that violation present.
All right, that's helpful.
It is, and if there were some odd, weird circumstance that just happened to happen, this is all appealable, right? If there were a decision made, so in my mind, that odd, weird circumstance could come out in the appeal process, I guess, as a one-off. Because I get it, life happens, like the commenter said, but generally speaking, though, at the same time, there's always supposed to be a contact available. So that's the flip side of it. So if there were a weird circumstance, appeal. I guess that would be
just to
it,
confirm
right?
that, Supervisor Parlin, I think the provision that was referenced earlier was specifically related to the impact it would have on a local contact, insofar as the ordinance does provide that, I think, with 2 violations potentially could lead to revocation of their certification as a local contact. And just to confirm, that decision is specifically stated in the ordinance to be an appealable decision.
Okay.
Okay. All right, for the sake of time, I think it's appropriate for us to entertain a motion.
Oh, boy. I'll take a stab at it, but I know I'm going to miss a couple things, so please
It'll
jump
be a group
in.
effort.
Okay, it'll be a group effort. Okay, group motion. I move approval of the reading of the first ordinance of Chapter 5.6, Title 5 of the El Dorado County Ordinance Code, entitled Hosted and Vacation Home Rentals, with the following changes. In section 5.56.020, paragraph B, after the word complaints, add regarding VHRs. And then insert somewhere in there a paragraph describing hosted rentals and how they are valued by the community and tend to have less violations. And I can give you language on that, Brendan, but for right now. Big change to section 5.56.056, and that would be the final sentence to say hosted home rentals are not subject to clustering within the language that you stated, the El Dorado County portion. So it's consistent with the cap. Another change would be to keep, in section 5.56.055, keep the cap at 900. So change the 600 back to 900 with the idea that the board will continue to monitor that situation. I'm gonna struggle with the language regarding
Modify the
hosted.
guest house
Yeah,
definition?
you have that language?
Yes,
Okay, so modifying the hosted rentals,
the guest house.
the guest house, excuse
Yes.
me,
Yes.
yes,
Sink issue, yeah.
yes. There was one other issue that you mentioned,
The clustering on the west slope?
yes. Well, we
Did your-
we took
the
that
language-
out, yeah, I already
language
mentioned that.
addressed
That
that.
was
Okay.
like the
Got that
second
one.
change, yeah.
Okay.
So we've got that one. Did I miss anything?
I don't
I don't think so. Brenda, did you hear anything that we missed? She was-
I think we've got it.
Okay, I think that's,
Yeah, I think that covers it.
all right. So is there a second on that motion?
I will second that.
Excellent. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So really good community conversation. Thank you so much. I think we've arrived at a productive place. We will continue to monitor it, and your input has been invaluable. So thank you so much. All right, well done. So at this point, we'll take a brief break and reset and invite the South Lake Tahoe City Council in. And we can convene our meeting in just a few moments. Thank you.
All right, we will go ahead and call this meeting to order today. We're having our joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors. Here at the city, we always start our meetings with a land acknowledgement, and so we will begin with that. The City of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy today are the lands and home of the Washishu, the people from here known today as the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place, with values and intentions that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. And with that, we will move to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And with that, we will go ahead and move on to our roll call.
Yes. Councilmember Middlebrook?
Here.
Councilmember Robbins?
Here.
Councilmember Cregan?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallace?
Here.
And Mayor Bass?
Here.
All present.
Great. And with that, before we move on to new business, I'd just like to make a couple comments about today and how this is just such a great moment for us to be meeting again. It's been quite a few years since we've done a joint meeting, but we've really made so much progress over the past few years between the Board of Supervisors and the city, and really got some great things done, including our 56-acre agreement that allowed our rec center to move forward. And today we're just moving through other, great milestones that will really help the South Shore and El Dorado County as a whole. So thank you for coming to the basin and having this meeting, and I really appreciate it. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Thomas.
And we appreciate you welcoming us to your beautiful chambers. It's just a real treat for us to be here and to understand and enjoy the Tahoe Basin. So we look forward to this opportunity as well. So with that, let's open up item number 21, please.
Item 21 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, approve and authorize the chair to sign the Tahoe South Shore Transit Joint Powers Authority Agreement in order to improve the transit system on the south shore of Lake Tahoe, and 2, conduct a site visit of points of interest within the Lake Tahoe Basin. Only the City of South Lake Tahoe manager and mayor will be participating in the site visits. The other City of South Lake Tahoe council members will not be participating.
Good morning, Sue.
Good morning. Sue Henneke, Assistant Chief Administrative Officer. So I'm just going to provide a little bit of brief context and the recent history of how we got here, and then I'm going to turn it over to Assistant City Manager Hillary Roverud to fill in any gaps. So in May of 2023, our Board of Supervisors appointed Supervisor Lane to serve on a South Shore Transportation ad hoc committee, and that of course included representatives from the City of South Lake Tahoe, South Shore Transit Management Association, and Vail Resorts. And then in March of this year, our board received a presentation and update on those activities, and that included a recommendation for staff to enter into negotiations with the city to discuss a joint powers agreement. And on August 27th, after several meetings, a working group consisting of city staff, county staff, including counsel from the city and the county, and as well as Deanne Gillick, who is outside counsel. August 27th, we brought an outline of the JPA agreement, so basically the deal points for that agreement, and sought authority, which we gained, to move forward with finalizing that contract. And so without going through, obviously, all of those points, just a quick reminder on the purposes of the JPA as outlined in the agreement that is before you today. So it's first to work with regional, state, and federal agencies to plan, program, and secure funding for transit within the portion of El Dorado County within the Lake Tahoe Basin, including the City of South Lake Tahoe. So that's the JPA area. And with that, we will develop and implement plans for local transit services within the JPA area, develop, provide, and operate local transit services to benefit the JPA area. And so just want to add, as we've discussed in the staff report, providing those services to benefit the JPA area does not preclude the provision of services that extend beyond the JPA area, which we can discuss further if that's desired. And to advocate before local, regional, state, and federal officials and agencies for improvements to transit services and facilities, as well as funding for those improvements. And of course, all of this is going to require coordination among other organizations. And so as part of the membership of the JPA, we have not only the city and the county, but we have some ex officio representation from outside agencies as well. So the board approved the concepts and authorized staff to finalize the agreement for board consideration, which is before you today. And I did want to note there were a couple of questions about the funding. And of course, once the JPA is formed, the startup costs and the annual budget will be approved by that body, as well as the City Council and the Board of Supervisors. So any of the funding will be subject to appropriation by those entities. We did this week, sorry, just last week, put together an estimate of the startup costs, which will yet again be a discussion point for the board once they are seated next year, should the agreement be approved today. But that initial estimate is about $150,000. And the initial proposal that we've discussed internally is splitting that 2/3 to the city and 1/3 to the county. So the initial cost to the county potentially, which we think is a conservative projection, so meaning it's maybe a little on the high side, would be about $50,000. And with that, I'll hand it over to Ms. Roverud.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Henneke. I'm Hillary Roverud, Assistant City Manager for the City of South Lake Tahoe. Just to add a little bit of additional context to why this item is before you here today, Mayor Bass and Supervisor Lane represent both the city and the county on the Tahoe Transportation District, or TTD Board. They've been working with their colleagues on that board to develop strategies to provide transit options and reduce vehicle miles traveled throughout the Tahoe Basin. While there's a recognition of the importance of regional connectivity throughout the area, the mayor and supervisor have also been advocating for more focus on local transit that serves the densest population in the Tahoe Basin on the South Shore and serves the most visited tourist destinations on the South Shore. Historically, over 75% of the TTD ridership is on Route 50 and 55, which collectively runs between the Kingsbury Transit Center on the east end and the Tahoe Valley Y Transit Center on the west end. Unfortunately, at times, the frequency of those routes has been up to an hour-long headways, and there have been struggles with reliability due to staffing, traffic, and of course, weather issues. To provide another transit option in the South Shore, in 2022, the South Shore Transit Management Agency, or SSTMA, in partnership with a variety of public and private entities, launched the LakeLink on-demand microtransit service that serves portions of the city and Douglas County. That service has become very popular. It has expanded several times, and there is a desire to expand it further throughout the South Shore area. However, in some areas, the microtransit competes with the fixed route, where you have two separate systems. It's inefficient. There are areas where the microtransit and the fixed route service areas overlap. Integration, however, has been difficult with the 1-hour headways on fixed route. TTD has recently implemented a 30-minute headway on Route 50, which is the core that goes down Highway 50, and that has spurred SSTMA to begin discussing options to integrate the two systems to have the microtransit feed the fixed route for those longer trips and create a seamless experience for the users. This is similar to what's been done on the North Shore, where the TART system and TART Connect are integrated. That has resulted in a significant increase in ridership on the North Shore, so much in fact that there has been a recent shift in federal funding from the South Shore to the North Shore because our ridership is so much lower. The funding for the 30-minute headways on Route 50 that TTD is providing, unfortunately, is not sustainable in the long term. That's been demonstrated in the budgets presented to the TTD board. So the formation of the JPA represents a commitment between El Dorado County and the city of South Lake Tahoe to investigate solutions to provide better transit options for the residents and visitors on the South Shore, and really to try something new. The JPA provides an opportunity for the city and the county to have a greater role in developing and implementing solutions for local transit while continuing to support TTD in the regional connectivity goals. There have been questions that have been brought up about the ability for a city in El Dorado County transit JPA to operate transit across the state line into Douglas County. We have confirmed with the legal counsel that California law does allow for an entity to operate transit outside of its jurisdictional boundary, and we have an example of that on the North Shore where the TART service operated by Placer County does operate into Washoe County under an agreement, and that is clearly a benefit to the user, and that's recognized on the South Shore as well. The Transit JPA in Douglas County could have a similar partnership to connect the local transit to the regional system that provides additional service to Carson Valley and the North Shore. If the agreement is approved today, we're anticipating that appointments to the JPA board would occur later this year, and the first JPA board meeting would occur in January of 2025. That's when the JPA board would begin establishing their goals, their vision for transit service on the South Shore, develop a work plan and a budget in partnership with the transit providers and our TMPO. If you have any questions, we're available along with the county staff.
Okay, all right. So with that presentation, I guess the question is there any questions at this point relative to what's been presented? So any clarification, need for clarification? I guess I do have one just to kind of get us started. I got contacted by Douglas County and request to really look at what's going on here and should there be more effort put into making a better existing transit group than what we had, the TTD, I guess it is. And I see pluses and minuses to that, but from your perspective, have those avenues been pursued to the point that we just don't see it getting there in time? Is that the kind of the bottom line of why we're looking at the JP? That was my presumption based upon everything I've been able to read, but can you quickly summarize that history?
Sure. So the direction that's provided by the City Council and the El Dorado County Board was to move forward with a transit JPA that involved those two entities. So that's has been discussed among the two agencies. Douglas County has just recently expressed an interest in participation in the JPA. So those conversations are ongoing. At this point, the formation of a El Dorado County and City JPA today doesn't preclude participation by Douglas County in the future. And as I mentioned, I think there's a collective agreement that for a transit user, that there's a great benefit to having that partnership so that there is a seamless system across the state line.
Excellent. Any other questions by either city council members or chair or board members? County supervisors?
If I could just put a little perspective
Certainly, please.
on not only your question, but I want to thank Ms. Henneke and Ms. Roverud for your staff reports. They were great. They really kind of laid out where we're at. One thing I want to just kind of back up to with regards to the Tahoe Transportation District is that initially the reason why the focus was on the unity between the city of South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County is because it had to do with the federal transportation funds that are passed down and that are received by the Tahoe Transportation District specifically for California residential transit. So we were really focused on that part of it, and the feeling was that with regards to Tahoe Transportation District, that the monies that we were receiving from the feds for California use were not being appropriated, but we could never prove that because the Tahoe Transportation District never really was transparent in what was going on. So the initial decision to unite and say, let's create a JPA, let's bring back local control, we know for sure in Myers, I did a survey and I got a response of 500 people responded to that survey. 80% in the Myers area, the greater Myers area, not just Myers, said that they would use transit if it were available. But as you know, there is no transit
Goes into Myers.
in the Myers area. And we've been saying for 2 years, the transit on the South Shore is not working. There's not enough of it, and it doesn't even service half of our population. So there was no slight at all against our neighbors to the east, Douglas County specifically, in that whole process. And as a matter of fact, Douglas County had a representative on the Tahoe Transportation District Board that heard every single conversation we ever had. So it was not done in a silo.
Yeah.
It was done very publicly. We asked for a lot of information, and I'll let Mayor Bass speak to his experience on that. But basically, from my view of it, there was a lot of just kind of non-response. So it led us to where we are today. But we are more than welcome to open the doors to others. I think that the more we are united on the South Shore, the better our transit system can and will be. And so to that end, I think I'll turn it over to Mayor Bass to hear your comments.
Great, thank you, Ms. Lane. And yes, I think you summed it up very well. And thank you, Mr. Overroot and Ms. Henneke. Great staff report. I would say that yes, those are a lot of the real reasons. We also have California TDA funds, which are specifically coming out of the gas tax in California, which provide about 1.9 million of operational transit funds to TTD every year. And one of the issues that we have come across is Nevada doesn't have any operational transit funds that come out of the state of Nevada. And so we have used for about 12 years or more those California gas tax funds to be the grant matches for rural routes in Nevada, as well as operate service up in Incline Village. And we're doing this at the same time we don't have service on the South Shore past 8 o'clock at night. And for many years, it was 1 hour headways. And so what we've really been trying to say, and we went to the Nevada Legislature's Oversight Committee to say, look, it would be really great if there's a way to figure out how we can come up with somewhat of a match from Nevada that is operational funds for transit that are sustainable. And so that we can at least, and we're not saying they need to have 1.9 million, but they need to have somewhat of a match for us to be able to have a sustainable transit operation that does extend into the Carson Valley, and as well, the 50 fixed route that we're really focused on initially as the JPA currently has one stop in Nevada, which is the Kingsbury Transit Center. The rest of that route operates purely in South Lake Tahoe. And that's really, from my opinion, and I believe that will be the JPA's initial focus, is how do we get that fixed route to really operate so that our micro transit can integrate and really work well. And some of the larger focuses are how do we get service past 8 o'clock at night? Because somebody that's in our workforce going to work at 2 o'clock that gets off at 10 o'clock, you can't take the bus to work because there's no way home. And so we've really got to work on how do we make that service work in a better way. But in no way are we saying to Douglas County or Nevada as a whole that, hey, come in and have the talks with us about how we work together and make this JPA, work across state lines. And there's a lot of things that will take to happen. I mean, we've been 6 months down this process of you as a board approving, hey, let's move forward and have our staff do this. Our staff has done the same thing. And it wasn't until a month ago that Douglas County actually didn't approach us, but kind of said, hold on, we really oppose this, and in fact, we're going to hold back funding in these things. But, from my perspective, and I believe this would be Ms. Lane as well, we're absolutely willing to sit down and talk about, hey, how do we make this work? But that's going to be a process for Douglas County to go through, as well as the state of Nevada, that is going to take quite a while. But as we get through those processes and they have funding to come in and those things, absolutely, we're, I believe, willing to work. And until then, the same way that the service is being provided on the North Shore it can happen so that when we do take over the fixed route on 50, the service to Kingsbury Transit doesn't stop. And that doesn't even, that takes an intergovernmental agreement that happens right now for TART to provide service into Incline Village. That they don't have a seat on the Board of Supervisors in Placerville or anything. So that roadmap is here and happening in our region. So again, for me, this is really about us, getting local control of the transit operations here on the South Shore. How, TTD came about to run service in just one part of the region it serves goes back 12 plus years. And it really is time for us to do exactly as North Shore does, localize the transit services, and it will really make TTD, I look at the future of TTD as such a great thing because it'll allow us as a TTD board to more equitably serve the 5 counties that it makes up to serve the transportation needs. And I look at it very similar to the El Dorado County Transportation Commission and El Dorado Transit. TTD basically becomes what El Dorado County Transportation Commission is. It becomes the interface between the MPO, which for you guys is SACOG, for us it's TRPA, and the interface with Caltrans. But for TTD, we also have NDOT because we're a bi-state agency. So the job of what TTD is critical for us as a region to make sure we're getting the same thing that El Dorado County Transportation Commission provides. And then what the JPA becomes is exactly what El Dorado Transit is. It's a JPA, just like El Dorado Transit's made up of Placerville with the county. It becomes what just serves transit and allows us to really locally control how transit is delivered. And it'll be such a great thing for what TTD becomes. TTD will really so much more equitably be able to serve the 5 counties in the city that it serves. So yeah, it's, it's somewhat getting through this process is never easy because it's a big change, of course. But for me, I see a really bright future for both TTD and the JPA. So with that, I think I'll open it up to other council members that may have questions or concerns or supervisors.
I just want to say, Brookline, thank you for bringing this up, especially at our transit meetings because of the concerns that goes on in Tahoe. So we can get a handle on this and solve this problem that we have up here. So thank you for doing that.
Any council members?
Yes.
At the last, most recent JPA, at the most recent TTD meeting, they presented a budget analysis. The TTD presented a budget analysis of the costs of operation of the bus service that the TTD is currently providing for their region. And they compared their costs of service to various other ski towns in the American West, Steamboat, Sun Valley, Jackson Hole. But of most interest was they compared, that table they presented also compared the cost to Mammoth. Mammoth is a very interesting cost comparison because it's also in California, meaning it has the same wage laws, and it's a similar ski town in terms of expense to live, expense to operate. So it's a very similar comparison. And the data presented showed that the cost per mile was 2.4 times more expensive than Mammoth, and the cost per hour was 2.2 times more expensive than Mammoth. This is not cost per rider, it's cost per mile and cost per hour. It is more than twice as expensive as the existing bus service that's provided in the city of Mammoth. A very similar economic, climatological environment. Our lake is prettier, but otherwise, as far as buses go, very, very similar operating environment. So it seems to me that there is enormous opportunity here for improvement in the delivery of government services. Just by comparison to how other very similar regions and the cost and efficiency of other very similar regions are operating their service, there's the potential here. There appears to be a very real potential for major, major efficiency improvements. And I think that's something that has gone undervalued at the TTD for many, many years, it would seem, for whatever sets of reasons. And now we have an opportunity through the formation of the JPA to address by having real accountability between the operating agency and the users of that agency. So I think this is a major improvement, a major opportunity for improving the effectiveness of what's delivered. So there's the opportunity to get more funding in net as well, but also for more efficiency. And I think that's something that we ought to grab with both hands.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Ms. Cregan, no? Mr. Middlebrook or Ms. Parlin? Yes.
Yeah. You guys ready? Wow, Supervisor Lane. This year, I don't know if you guys all know, but I stepped off of our El Dorado County Transit Authority to allow you to take my spot, and because you brought up this concern. And so I appreciate that, but I didn't see all this coming. And I had, for whatever reason, not in the loop, because don't have a seat on there anymore, and I'm not in the conversations. I for some reason, I thought you were going to try and get the county transit authority to expand instead of creating another separate JPA. So, and I know that I asked some questions of staff yesterday, and they said, well, you guys conceptually approved it. You know what? Sometimes we talk about things and it takes a little while, and you get some public comment and you start going, oh. So I do have a lot of concerns about this, actually. I don't understand. So Mayor Bass, you explained it really well, I think, at least for me, in the analogies of TTD is like EDC TC for, right? Gets the money. But then what's confusing to me is TTD has also been doing this actual service itself, where we've had the transit authority doing that. So I'm trying to figure out if this JPA is formed, how is TTD feeling about this? And to me, when you were explaining it, it just sounded like TTD needs to be improved. And I'm not sure that this is going to have a direct impact on that. I mean, this JPA is not going to be running TTD. I get it, you guys sit on that board though also. So that's a little confusing, because I don't like more layers of government. Nobody does. And so and then just trying to figure out, also I'm a little concerned it's such a teeny tiny little board membership that you're proposing. And again, I feel like one of the 5 county supervisors is concerning to me, because we're trying to get it so that we feel more included in Tahoe things, and this is just more of being exclusive, and I don't feel that's going to be helpful in the long run. So, and I'm not sure if I get what you're saying, ex officio, so non-voting members. And then, of course, the big question right now, the first thing that I saw when I looked at the agreement was this is going to cost money. And the county right now, we're being told to cut back. We're in labor negotiations, pretty contentious. We have a lot of concerns about the budget for this year and next year. So, and this doesn't come with clarity of where things are going to go. So I'm not sure if we're really ready to do this right now, or if things need to be fleshed out a little bit better, perhaps. But maybe that's just me, because I'm not in the thick of it. But from where I'm coming from, I just feel like this seems very premature. But I know you've been dealing with it this year, all year. So I don't know if anybody else has any concerns.
Actually, I'm going to piggyback on your questions for a quick second, so then we can get some clarity, because I did have additional questions as far as the funding. Whereas the initial startup cost is nominal, as noted. As I dug into this item, I thought, what about future board allocations, and what are we asking future boards to commit to with this JPA in terms of fiscal resources, recognizing the really tight fiscal position that the county is in. So, as was mentioned in the staff report, that it, of course, it would be up to the board and the city, the South Lake Tahoe City Council to approve any future appropriations. But what would happen to this GAPA if either one of our entities get into an untenable position and find we can't afford what is going to be needed to support this JP in the future? What would happen at that point? So I'd just like clarity on that.
If I may, for the record, this is Joe Irvin, City Manager, South Lake Tahoe. One of the things that the region has agreed on is that we need to improve ridership and we need to grow revenue. So I don't want to hide that. The JPA has the potential to grow revenue that the JPA board could evaluate through a local potential revenue enhancement tool. I don't know what that answer is right now. There's a wide range of them. It could be T-bid, it could be dedicated TOT. We don't know that, but that is something that I think there needs to be a recognition on, that we need to grow revenue in order to provide sustainable transportation in our mountain town. The city has committed sustainably for the last 3 years to provide transit money to the SSTMA. So $650,000 currently. As soon as we get TDA monies going towards the TMA, the microtransit service, our council's already given me the authorization to amend that contract to add $200,000 more dollars. So there's $850,000. I could see very well the city getting to a point where we sustainably recommend, at least from my seat, that we put forward $1 million going forward. I don't want to put anything in anyone's mouth from the county, but I do think that we need to look at this as a system where there's a la carte choices. When we want new service, we may have to pay a little more to support that service. But to Mayor Bass's point, the main function is 50 and coordinating the microtransit with the fixed route US 50. And the monies that are available on a sustainable manner from the TDA and the FTA funds that the JPA could go after, I do not forecast that having a problem to be maintained at a minimum level of service. Now, if we want to enhance microtransit all the way out to Luther Pass and Echo Summit, that's going to come at a cost. And we're going to have to look at this whole revenue pie of FTA, TDA, local match to make that happen. We don't have a crystal ball right now to show what that money will be, but that is how the JPA, in my opinion, should operate. Let's pay for the service we can afford based on the revenues that we have coming in. But again, just to recap, the TDA money and FTA monies to run fixed route, as Mayor Bass said, while we still have private money and those, the event center and the city and Douglas County putting money into the microtransit service, that at a bare minimum is the service that we anticipate would have better level of service than we're receiving today.
That is helpful. So I can see how perhaps a scaled approach might work. And is that what I'm understanding you, that you're saying? That we would perhaps initially have the service that we can afford right now?
I think that's exactly what I'm saying. We've been working on trying to talk with our regional partners on what is everything we want. And then let's prioritize that and pay for what is the top priority. And those things that are below what we can afford, let's have a conversation about what that looks like. How does that revenue grow? I don't have that answer right now.
That is helpful, because I think my concern is, as you noted, the full vision is exciting and very comprehensive, and as you said, it will come at a cost. And so my concern is right now, as I'm sitting in this seat, is that will be a policy decision, and that will be the policy decision of this next board, not ours. And so I was, a little concerned about us making that policy decision today. I feel a little more comfortable with the approach that it's scalable, because that coming at a cost, there's no money in the budget right now for that. Correct. And so the Board of Supervisors will have to consider that in the future. To that end, I think the one change I would maybe recommend in the agreement is under quorum, where we talk about a quorum of members is 2 members of the JPA. And just like SACOG, there is a a requirement for a balance of city and county representation, and I might recommend that a quorum is a member of the city council and the board of supervisors, whether it's a
At a
full
minimum.
position or an alternate. So, you know, 2 board of supervisors can't make a decision for the city and vice versa. I think that might be a important change.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair comment. Yep. I want to go back, are you through?
I am
with your
done, yes.
Okay. I want to go back to Supervisor Parlin's questions, especially in the beginning, like I didn't, well, this evolved for me as well. Like if I told you what I knew today, it wasn't what I knew 2 years ago. So it was a process. But we did speak very early on with EDCTA, with Woody. A group of us from the basin drove down and met with him. We also met with Brian James from El Dorado Transit Authority and many of their additional staff in the room. And we talked about the agreement between EDCTA and EDTA and how they came to evolve to that. Because what we're asking for basically up here is similar.
Right.
We were left out of that agreement. And that was done in the 90s. So, you know, it was very premature, but it was a great roadmap. And we were encouraged by them to look at this process. So we weren't invited into an existing system, but rather we gleaned a lot of insight from them. They turned us in the right direction on a lot of different issues. But because we do have the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency piece, EDCTA and EDTA, they look at me like deer in the headlights when I talk to them about, would you come up to the basin and could you even do a pilot project? I mean, I can't even get them to like necessarily engage on that. So the process that we took on was with their encouragement. So I wanted to mention that. Number 2, with regards to the Tahoe Transportation District, I want to touch on a little piece of it, and then I think your perspective of their regionality and their importance here is important to say again. But the Tahoe Transportation District is not per se a transit operator. They never have been. I was on the Tahoe Transportation Board back in the late 90s, and what we did was we assembled lots of money. And what we did was we went around the basin and throughout 5 different counties and said, what are your transportation needs? One project we took on up at the North Shore was the restoration of Fanny Bridge. That was a necessary component. TTD funded it. So we were basically funders of projects. TTD was a hero to the city and to El Dorado County and to a lot of other entities involved back when Strata went bankrupt. But we weren't forced, we agreed to be a part of a big group that would redefine transportation and transit on the South Shore by putting all of our rolling stock together. That means Harrah's and Harvey's and back then Caesars, and I'm taking people back now. But, you know, they were heavenly back in the day. We all put our rolling stock together, the city put in all of theirs, and we thought we're gonna build one big system. And we tried to do it, and it just didn't work. And it forced the city into a position where we were left without transit. So we contracted with Strata, they ended up going bankrupt, and we were again in a position where we didn't have transit. The Tahoe Transportation District was willing to step in and say, we'll take a shot at being an operator. That isn't really in their wheelhouse. And it's thanks to them that we've made it to this point. But now we're at a point in which we're healthier, we have better relationships and partnerships, and we're saying, let us take back the local control of that transit, and you go forth and do what you were intended to do, which was transportation on a basin-wide level. And I'll let you take it from there.
Great. Yeah, I think you've summarized it very well. I mean, the TTD serving the entire region as kind of the transportation district, which again, it really goes to what El Dorado County Transportation Commission is. And it's the interface of Caltrans and making sure that we're getting our fair share of the pot for the region. And then how do those projects get implemented? And TTD has a huge role to play in that. And when it's only operating the transit services for one part of that region, which is taking up 70% of its resources in what it does, it makes it very difficult for that district manager to go and deal with Placer County, Washoe County, Carson City, the other partners and regions that it serves, because so much of its resources are going into just South Shore Transit. And that has made a very difficult thing for TTD to operate in the best ways that it should. And so for us to be able to move into this JPA and take on that transit, it really is going to allow us to reshape TTD into a very functionable transportation implementing district. That also, like I was saying before, the job of having to interface with Caltrans in Marysville and NDOT in Carson City is even more difficult for that district, because you've got two separate state laws, requirements in California that don't exist in Nevada, a lot of things that are a very real challenge. And, you know, with the other positions that exist in TTD, 80% of the staff is direct for transit operations. Those jobs in our community are not going to be lost. Those jobs will all still exist here. They will transition, and their paycheck may have a different name on the front of it, but all those jobs will still be maintained here through our transition plan, which is kind of the first job of the JPA, is to sit down, okay, what is the best way for us to provide this? Is it to go out to a private contractor that provides transit services? And then that transition plan will form. And then TTD, as a board member at TTD, we have a lot of work to kind of reshape the TTD in a sense and look at what is the best way for us to staff TTD for its mission and what it will become when it isn't providing the transit service, which again, to me, is incredibly exciting for all the regional partners. And then as far as with Douglas County, again, we absolutely welcome Douglas County to come into our JPA meetings and start to join those, and also to start having the discussions with us around, hey, is this, do we want to look at bringing Douglas County in, or is it best to do what they do on the North Shore and have an intergovernmental agreement that allows us to serve the Kingsbury Transit Center? And then there's some talk, you know, what do we do with the rural routes, which are purely Nevada routes? And that's really where, you know, Nevada and Douglas County needs to look at, okay, the grant match that we have been paying from the TDA funds, from the California funds for those rural match, you know, they need to figure out where is that funding going to come from? And that's the work that needs to happen for them to really come in and we make an agreement that they're either ex officio members of the JPA, because there's a lot of legal analysis of what does it mean if we bring in Nevada as a voting member of the JPA. So that's a process that will take 6 or 8 months. We've been taking the last 6 months to get here today, and it's great that Douglas County has come and said, hey, we want to have those talks. Well, great. We are absolutely ready to have those discussions with Douglas. But there's a lot to find out, and it's hard. You know, we can't predict the future and the way that that's going to go. But this is really, it is about local control, and it does make, in my mind, such a brighter future for TTD and for the entire region and transportation. So yeah, I think I covered most of that.
All right, are there any other questions or concerns before we go to public comment?
I had one real quick, and this may go to Deanne.
Mike.
Yep, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's in regards to the termination process, because I can see where this gets started. We do a lot of good things, and then maybe there's some point where we say, well, this is not the ultimate solution. The JPA should be dissolved and move in a different direction. The one thing that concerns me with the language is that the agreement can't be terminated until all bonds and other instruments of indebtedness issued by the authority have been paid for and resolved. And I guess my question is, looking forward, is there an anticipation that there will be significant bond indebtedness associated with the operation of this JPA? Because I'm trying to get a front-end look of where do we think we're going to end up in a year or 2 years, right? Just a little bit of forethought. So I'm not sure if...
I'll take that.
Okay, Joe.
Supervisor Heidel. Again, Joe Irvin for the record. I do not anticipate bonding initially. And if it was, it would be long after the JPA's high functioning, established, developing longer term capital facility plans, et cetera. But in the interim, in the next 5 years, not even a conversation would be my recommendation.
Excellent. That's what I had hoped, because that makes it a lot easier, I think, to make a decision today, at least from my perspective.
Okay,
So,
all
thank
right,
you.
very good. All
And I
right.
think just from the Board of Supervisors' perspective, Ms. Henneke, I just would like to hear you kind of weigh in on your thoughts on that too. I want to give a
Good.
high level of confidence here.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to add on to that, to incur any indebtedness would require a unanimous vote of the board. So not just there's a number of items that require that unanimous vote, and that is one of them. So the county would have to.
Sorry,
move forward
clarifying
with that.
question, the JPA board or each of our separate
Sorry,
boards?
the JPA board.
Ah, thank you for that. Okay.
So wait, say that again.
For the JPA to incur any debt would require a unanimous vote of the entire JPA board.
Which are two people.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Three people.
Three. Oh, that's right.
Three
So it
people,
means the
and
county,
that's my,
the county would have to consent to that as well. So the entire board, including the county, would have to agree to take on debt.
what do you, including the county, what are you talking about?
The three people on the JPA board, including the county representative.
One person
Right.
from the Board of Supervisors.
Just listen to them.
But
Yeah.
it's a unanimous vote. So basically, until and unless you incur debt, you have maximum flexibility to exit this agreement, this JPA agreement. And to Supervisor Thomas's question about the funding earlier and which board approves the funding, even those startup costs at that estimated amount, that would not be potentially approved until next year and when our new county board is seated.
Right.
As well. So if that provides any.
Well, and that was my concern, that this board would be making decisions for the future board. So once again, just to Vice Chair Heidel's position, that there's off-roads here and like you said, maximum flexibility until indebtedness is incurred. That gives me a little more assurance that we're not tying future boards' hands and future policy decisions that the board may need to make in potentially difficult financial times.
And we were careful to craft the process for adopting the JPA budget and the startup amounts around both the city and the board's budget process, so that we would have plenty of opportunity for these decisions to be kind of made in advance. In my view, it would be sort of conceptual discussion at the JPA, then the city and the county's bodies would weigh in before final approval of those JPA budgets. But that's kind of my notion of how that would work.
Okay, and I guess my other final question is on the makeup of the JPA board. It's a member of the Board of Supervisors and an alternate. Is it the thought that the alternate is also a member of the Board of Supervisors? So it's two supervisors?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
And Ms. Henneke, I just want to clarify one more time before you leave to make sure that we're all thinking the same thing. Around bond indebtedness, if that became an issue, it would go to the Transit JPA board first for discussion, and it would take a unanimous vote for that to go then back before each of our elected boards. So it would, if I was on that board and I voted to, some kind of bond indebtedness of $100 million, and the three of us agreed, it would then go back to our boards for further approval?
No.
I think that's actually a point we could probably flesh out better. That process is not spelled out in the agreement beyond the fact that it requires the unanimous vote of the JPA board.
I'm seeing our legal counsel.
But I think, there are questions about what each of those members can obligate that full body to. So that might be something we want to further articulate in a policy at some point.
Yeah, Ms. Gillick, thank you for weighing in on
Yes.
clarifying this important point for us.
Gillick, Special Counsel to the City and the County regarding the formation of the JPA. Just to clarify, the JPA is a separate legal entity, so the liabilities of the JPA are not separate and independent liabilities of the member agencies, being the city and the county. So it's a separate member agency. The liability of the JPA would be the JPA's. The way that it is set up, you would require the unanimous vote of the board of the JPA, which includes 2 representatives from the city council and 1 representative from the Board of Supervisors. Incurring debt of the JPA does not separately require a vote of the member agency council and the Board of Supervisors. The way the budget was set up was the give and take that the JPA would set and make recommendations regarding a budget, requesting funding from its member agencies, recognizing that the member agencies must approve the allocation. So the JPA can approve the budget, ask for money from the member agencies, and then as we all know from our city council and board of supervisors allocations, in order to allocate it to the JPA, that would require a vote of the separate members. So just for clarification as to the hats that as of the three entities. And I can respond to any other questions if there are any, I know, specific on that. Okay.
And in your experience with other JPAs that you have helped formed, and we appreciate that experience that you bring, the idea of the quorum being one member from each jurisdiction as opposed to just two, could be two city council members making a decision for the county. Have you seen that in the past? Is that a good recommendation?
We have. There's lots of JPAs or, you know, kind of inter-regional governments that have different quorum requirements. That's one of the purposes of why we put in the unanimous vote for certain things in this JPA, the way that we recommended that. Given the discussion and Supervisor Thomas's comments, my recommendation is in section 6C5 on quorum to add in the first sentence where it says a quorum must be 2 members, to add at the end of that sentence, which must include 1 member representing the city and 1 member representing the county as to the quorum. So in other words, there can't be a meeting of the JPA unless there's a member of the Board of Supervisors there.
Yeah, that's good
So
clarification.
it's
Yes,
just
that's
the
important.
quorum requirement. The vote requirement is still a majority could vote, but the quorum, there can't be a meeting without the Board of Supervisors. So I think that based on your discussion, that is one recommendation for the JPA agreement.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Deanne. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any further questions for
Yeah,
Deanne?
I did have just one other question, just to clarify. So in approving bonds or like bond pooling, for instance, we would have to go back to each respective board if we were to approve bonds, especially through a bond pool. Is that not true?
That is not correct. The JPA's authority to approve bonds, and that bond approval would be done by the JPA board, and under the agreement, it would require a unanimous vote, and those bonds would be taken out and held by the JPA and the JPA itself. You know, I represented an entity that that went away, was dissolved, and LAFCO amended it, approved it to be annexed to another agency. And there were existing bonds that existed. We handled that. We were lucky that the bonds were held by financial institutions, and we were able to do an agreement with the financial institutions to assign the bond liability to the new entity. So Supervisor Heidel, your comment that bonds are, you know, extinguished, they may not be extinguished. They were assigned to the new entity.
Okay.
So that's just one example in the last 5 years where I helped an entity that had bonds that reconfigured to a different legal public agency, that the bonds were assigned. And then we were able to extinguish the
Okay.
existing operation.
That's a good
So
clarification.
that's an example of, you know, if there was debt, I don't foresee, and we're not talking about debt, but certainly a JPA can have debt, and a JPA often does, because there's, you know, mechanisms that allow JPAs to have bonds, but, you know, a mechanism of how that would be dealt with if the JPA went away.
But the funding source for those bonds would be the member agencies.
It all depends.
It all depends.
You know, it all depends.
If I may jump in on that, yeah, I think that's
right,
great. And this is a
right.
great conversation about the bonds, what's some unknown risk, but the reality is the JPA won't have much to collateralize
True.
to obtain bonds. And so
Yeah.
that's going to take a long time for this to get up and walking before it's running. And I would say when they're sprinting and they want to talk about capital facilities, that's a time when maybe you say, we do have a $3 million a year funding source where 1/6 of that could be dedicated for the debt service for 20 years or whatnot. But we're not in that situation at this moment.
Okay, that is helpful. Yeah, we've kind of gotten through this. Devin?
Just a clarifying question with that recommendation on the quorum, which I'm supportive of. I think that's a good idea. Are we able to make that change to the JPA agreement and still vote if that's the direction of this board today in this meeting?
We believe yes, Mayor or Councilmember Middlebrook.
Okay. And to that end, is there a timing on this that we need to be mindful of? Is there, I'm sensing an urgency on this today, so.
We definitely have been working diligently with county staff to get us to this point, to have this symbolic decision made at this joint meeting. So
Okay.
it's recommended to be approved today.
All right, thank you. Sue?
Just one thing to consider, are if there is a concern about the bonding, I think the city manager's comments about the ability for the JPA to bond are completely valid. But our board could also adopt a policy that would limit our representative on the JPA's ability to approve certain things. That's something that we might consider in the future. And we would have time to do that even if the board approves this item today before it would even become an issue.
All right, thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. we're ready to
And
take
if I
public
may, I
comment.
totally concur with that, and that could be something that the city might want to look at too.
Yes.
Right.
The only thing before we do is I'd like to check with Councilmember Wallace, who's online.
Oh, excellent.
Aloha, Ms. Wallace. Would you like to make any comments?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I know she might have had to jump off. So
Oh, I'm
she's
sorry about
sorry.
that.
Okay.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, at this point then, let's take public comment on this item, please.
Now taking public comment on item 21, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you are joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the boardroom that would like to address the council and the board on this item? Good afternoon.
I'm Linda Witters. I'm glad you're all here because I wanted to talk to you jointly. 5 years ago, I contacted the City Council and the Board of Supervisors and sent pictures.
Excuse me for just a second. Is this on the JPA? Because this is not
Oh,
quite.
this is just the JPA. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sorry.
we haven't
We're
quite
not
gotten
quite
open forum.
ready for open forum. I know, we're not
Yeah, we're
quite there yet.
close.
We're going a little long-winded today. Thank you. So stay tuned on that. Is there anyone that would like to speak on the JPA item? All right, come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mayor Bass, member of the council and board of supervisors. For the record, Jim Marino, I'm the deputy district manager for Tahoe Transportation District. And I appreciate this discussion today. I want everybody to know that we have been working with staff of the county and the city for quite some time now, and SSTMA, to try and formulate a plan for this JPA and how transit would look like both locally and regionally. Our concern, of course, is the connections around Tahoe. That's what we are charged with as TTD. We understand the premise of local control and South Shore Transit. We applaud that. But we don't want to do that with the thought or the fear of losing regional connectivity or commuter-based connectivity to the Nevada side, especially to Carson Valley, where a lot of our workforce is from. I also want to address very quickly the comment regarding TDA funds and how they've been used to leverage match on the Nevada side. And under our by-state authority, we have that right to leverage state funds as we see fit to create a regional program, both local and regional. There has been approximately anywhere from $200,000 to $500,000 per year of California TDA funds that are used in the Nevada side to leverage rural Nevada grant funding. That rural Nevada grant funding that we're leveraging is in turn paying capital program fundings for the new buses that we have. Those new buses are operated on the California side, the city side. So it's a quid pro quo. Okay, so I don't want this board of supervisors and city council and the public to walk away with the thought that it's a non-balanced leveraging that TTD has been doing all these years. We're trying to make the various funding sources work, both federal and state. Also, I just want to kind of give a little bit of clarity on what our roles and responsibilities are for TTD. We are both a capital programming organization. In other words, we build multimodal projects, design, fund, and build multimodal projects such as the East Shore Bike Trail and various other projects around the basin. But we also provide transit, and we are the exclusive authority for transit in the basin. Any sort of JPA that's created from this point forward will need to seek authority from the TTE board to operate. So I wanted to bring that to the commission's, or to this meeting's point today. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer, but thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being with us. Is there anyone else in the boardroom who'd like to speak on this item? All right, seeing none. Oh, come on down. Good afternoon.
My name is Dana, and I just wanted to say this also feels premature to me as a taxpayer, because I've heard two concrete goals: extend the 50 to after 10 o'clock and expand Lake Link into Myers. And it seems like both of those things could be done without forming a JPA. So what's the hurry now? Because it sounds like a lot of this hasn't been researched. You mentioned the transition period. How would that look between taking the funding away from TTD so they couldn't operate, but not being ready as the city to operate without having buses or drivers or anything like that? It just seems like it's going to cost a lot of money for the people that live here. And if we're only going to extend a 50 route to after 10, which TTD could do anyway, I'm just not sure what the benefit is to the actual taxpayer, and why can't it be brought to the ballot? Why do we have no say in it?
All right, well, we'll get that answer. Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's go online. Kira?
Now taking public comment from Joe Harn.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Thomas. My name's Joe Harn. I'm the County Auditor Controller. I would lobby for a minor modification to the JPA agreement that would indicate that the JPA could not incur debt without a vote of both the City Council and the Board of Supervisors. If some of the people who have been around will remember STATA, the South Tahoe Area Transit Authority. There was litigation. Every member agency was sued, including the County of El Dorado. And so I would just strongly urge that the JPA agreement have a clause that requires that the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors, as a full board, vote before debt is incurred.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate your comments.
There's no additional comments.
All right, we will bring this back to our respective boards and boards. The question was, how does the new JPA figure into existing service, and what might that look like? Do we have just some brief clarity on that?
I'll start, and Assistant City Manager Hillary Roverud might add anything that I may miss. But it's kind of a chicken and an egg scenario. The JPA can't talk about the service without being formed. Okay. We've been working behind the scenes with TTD staff and TRPA staff, city staff, talking to El Dorado County staff and working with them about what this transition will look like. In order to become the recipient of TDA monies, we have to follow the TMPO process to make a claim. That's an annual process that they've developed, and ultimately that will need to address what our transition plan looks like and how we anticipate to make this transition in a smooth manner. But none of that has been fully developed at this time, but behind the scene work has been taking place. So on day one, when a JPA board is seated, they can start to unpack that a little more and work on that transition in a more thoughtful manner with the TTD and the TMPO to ensure that there's no regional disruption of the service.
All right, thank you so much. And then per our Auditor Controller, the thought that the JPA not be allowed to incur indebtedness without a vote of our respective boards, full boards. Deanne, is that a model that you've seen, or David, can you speak to that question, hearing some of the concerns that have been voiced today?
Yeah, so I think it's certainly a valid concern to raise. I think there's obviously been some consternation by some of the board members about the process by which debt would be authorized. But I think that it could be posed problematic to start to blur the lines between the JPA as a separate entity and the city and the county as separate entities by requiring in the JPA agreement kind of the vote of the respective bodies for that. I think perhaps the better course of action might be, as what Ms. Henneke suggested, would be for each agency to determine through its own process how it may want to limit the authority granted to its designated representative for certain decisions. There may be things beyond even incurring debt that you may want to impose a limit on your designated representative to be able to do without the concurrence of either the full board or the majority of the board or unanimous vote of the board or city council. So I think that would be perhaps a cleaner way of addressing what I think is a valid concern raised. And again, I think it does so in a way that keeps the clear lines as between the city, the county, and the JPA as all being separate entities.
That makes sense. That process would achieve the intent and the spirit of that in a more appropriate manner.
Right. And it would
That makes
cover all
sense.
JPAs, right? Because we have a lot of JPAs, and I'm not sure if
Well,
we
that's
have
a bigger
any-
conversation,
Yeah, it's a
Supervisor
big-
Hyde.
All right, we'll go there later. We'll go there later.
Yeah.
All right, so a point of process here with the City Council and the Board of Supervisors. I should have clarified this sooner, but do we each take a vote on this item?
Yeah, so I think you would each take, each of your bodies would take a vote on the item. I think it's particularly important, not just for record-keeping purposes, but I'll just remind the board, a second component of your item is the site tour that will take place later today. So I think you will want that to trail that portion of the item till later in the day, so that you can, because again, that's taking place without the presence of the city council. So again, to confirm, 2 actions, 1 board, 1 city council.
Yes. Okay, got it. And, all right, so I'll turn it over to Mayor Bass.
Okay. So great. Is there any other questions or comments out of the council members before we look for a motion? Yes, Mr. Middlebrook.
I think overall it's been really good that we've been having this discussion. I've heard, from Supervisor Heidel about off-ramps and what do we do as we move forward. I also heard that there's a lot of questions and process that needs to be figured out that can't quite be figured out until the JPA takes those first steps and we're in this chicken and the egg. And those off-ramps are a huge part of this for me as well. We go through the process, we get an operating plan, we decide here's the magical transportation system we want, here's what we can afford, here's what we can't afford, here's where we may get new money, and who knows, that process may lead to being, the conclusion is TTD is the best operator and they can provide those services, and that's an okay conclusion to make when we get to that process, because ultimately we're all here to provide better transit for our community, but we can't get to that decision unless we start the JPA and start this process. So we need to have a little bit of that faith moving forward in the JPA as a forcing function to have these discussions, because for too long our transit system was defunct and not having these conversations. So if anything, I see the value of the JPA as having those discussions and forcing all of us to get together across the basin and have those conversations. So I see a lot of value in that, and this not being we need to make this decision and marry ourselves to it forever. It's let's make this decision so we can go through the process, go through the steps to make more informed decisions in the future that are going to be coming before us. And then in terms of the interregionality, I think that's really important to consider. Obviously, 50 in the main route and connecting Myers it needs to be a top priority, but not losing those interregional connections. There's so much of our workforce that lives in the Carson Valley that commutes up to the basin and relies on those services. So by cutting that off from the JPA, even if it's not necessarily operating in the California side, that route is delivering our workforce to our businesses. It's delivering visitors to our businesses to spend money and generate tax revenue. So there's a lot of value for those routes, and I want to make sure that those aren't lost as part of the JPA's conversation. But that's the point of continuing the conversation and moving forward, is that we can have those discussions. Having Douglas County come and say they want to be involved and be part of it, like that a year ago they didn't have that interest. So again, this forcing function of the JPA is showing its value there for me. But understanding that the hard work's not done, and there's still a lot of conversations that need to take place between now and over the next 12 to 18 months. But we can't have those conversations, and we won't have those conversations if we're not moving forward in some form or fashion.
Great, thank you, Mr. Middlebrook. Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, I want to circle back to one of the members of the public who asked about why can't the TTD expand service into the evening? Why do we need a new JPA to do that? Why couldn't, if the TTD wanted to do it, they could just do it? They could have. There's a lot of reasons to think that that could have been done. There's the best part of a decade of opportunity to have done that. And the fact that the TTD's own published data of their cost operations being twice as expensive per mile, twice as expensive per hour as Mammoth, strongly suggests that there's massive opportunities for cost efficiencies to be gained if those operations are moved into a JPA, because we might have the flexibility to find those efficiencies that the TTD has not been able to do. And just by point of reference, that other communities very similar to ours have operated more efficiently. But I will echo Councilmember Middlebrook's point that there is a non-zero possibility, and we should acknowledge it, that maybe there is some reason that costs can't be brought down, and maybe there is some reason that we can't do better. I don't think that's likely. I think there is a real likelihood that we're going to be able to do a better job, more cost efficiently than what's being done now, based on the evidence in the TTD's own published data. I will acknowledge that that is an unknown, and the way to find that out is to form the JPA and issue the charge to go do the analysis, do the groundwork, and do the footwork to find that out. And the only way we can find that out is to form the JPA. There's real suggestion in the data here that there is a massive opportunity, but the only way we can find out if that can be realized is to go forward and try. And so I think that is the reason why we should do it. I think that's the reason why we need to have a JPA to do that, because if ultimately the TTD has had many years to expand service and improve service, and it hasn't happened. And I think the data shows there's an opportunity, but in order to realize that, we have to actually take a step. And this is that step.
I've really enjoyed this discussion. It's been so interesting, especially about the bonds. I feel like bonding is usually very boring, but this has been really good. I just want to thank Mayor Bass. He's really been such an advocate for this with our city council that we've really been brought along this whole time. And he's explained everything to us really well. So I feel really supportive of this move. I'm really happy that we're able to make this decision today, and I look forward to the votes.
Great. All right. So if we don't have Ms. Wallace, I think we are first going to do a motion and vote on it, and then I believe I'll hand it back to Ms. Thomas for the Board of Supervisors to make a motion. Okay. And it is.
And would you consider the quorum, changes to the quorum?
Oh, yeah. So just add that into your motion.
Section C,
Perfect.
6C5.
I move that we pass a motion authorizing and directing the mayor to execute the joint exercise of powers agreement with El Dorado County for the South Tahoe Transit Joint Powers Authority with the changes to the quorum requirement as described.
Great.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second, and we can vote.
Yep, I will do a verbal vote. Councilmember Middlebrook?
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
Councilmember Cregan?
Aye.
Mayor Bass?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Wallace is absent from this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will hand it back to Ms. Thomas.
Very good. All right, I will bring this back to the board then. What is the will of the board? Supervisor Lane, would you care to make a motion?
I would love to, thank you. I would move that we approve and authorize the chair to sign the Tahoe South Shore Transit Joint Powers Authority Agreement with the change to section 6C5 to clarify that 2 directors must be made up of at least 1 council member and 1 member of the Board of Supervisors.
Very good. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right.
Would you consider adding direction to staff to do the authorization clarification as part of the motion, so that it's in the motion that we will do that?
Sure.
Yeah, I would like specific direction from the Board of Supervisors to develop a complementary policy that outlines delineates the authority of the board representative on the JPA.
I think that would be perfect to add, so that language would be great.
All right, excellent. So you made your
I agree
second?
with it, yes.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No.
No, I've got some concerns, so not gonna-
Okay, so,
Anyway, and I can address that later.
motion approves of a 3-2 vote with members Turnbull and Parlin dissenting. All right. Well, thank you all. It's been a very engaging discussion. I appreciate it and look forward to more good work ahead. Appreciate it. Appreciate being with you today. All right. So at this point,
Let's move right into,
to open forum?
Yeah.
At this point, we're going to move right into open forum.
Do they need to adjourn their
So-
meeting? I guess it's a formality or
That's
not?
probably a good idea.
That's right. Okay, so what we will have the city of Lake Tahoe adjourn.
they adjourn, right?
Bam,
There
your
we go.
All right,
turn.
thank you so much to the council members of the city of South Lake Tahoe.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why I did it.
You gotta lower it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Good look on you.
I ended up growing it up long enough to donate it.
Oh, that's awesome. My daughter's in that.
Sure, should we do that? Yes.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you're not. Yeah, I agree. The board is going to grab our lunch and we'll be right back for open forum. Okay, so let's forum here now. So if I can ask any conversations to take place outside? Excuse me. If you can take any conversations outside, thank you so much. We'll finish the open forum portion of our meeting. Thank you. All right, Kira, go ahead.
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds.
Excuse me, can we have any conversations? Please take it outside of the boardroom. Jeez. Thank you. Okay, Kira, go ahead.
I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the room, in the boardroom, and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you are joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on down. Thank you for being patient with us.
I'm glad you guys got your food. I was going to feel really guilty about speaking while your food's sitting out there.
Not at all.
Well, I wish the city council was still here, but maybe they'll see it on TV. Because you guys are on TV today, which is kind of different, because like I have never seen some of you. I just listen like it's the radio. So 5 years ago, I wrote the board and the city council and sent photographs of the Joint Government Center on Johnson Boulevard. Now, it's Johnson Boulevard, it's named Johnson because the Johnson family was the family who kindly gifted us that beautiful property over there in the meadow over 50 years ago. And on that property, there's a beautiful, gigantic Native American grinding stone, and it used to be the most beautiful property in town. It had gorgeous lawns and a fountain, and I mean, park benches, and if you were unlucky like I was and you had to go to court occasionally, you took a break with your book out there. And that's not what it looks like anymore, you guys. And that's why I contacted the board 5 years ago. I realized the board is different now, but when I contacted the board and the city council, I included pictures, which didn't really do it justice. You're going to be right around the corner from there this afternoon when you go to the ambulance bays. Yep. If the bus can take a turn, go around the government center. But what's at the government center is our sheriff's department, the courthouse, the juvenile detention, the jail. I think that's it. Oh, and the police department, minus the police chief's office. I believe he's here. So the condition of the property is deplorable. Now, what got my attention 5-6 years ago is that suddenly an organic dump appeared next to Johnson Boulevard, between the boulevard and the building, the courthouse building. And I mean, at one point, it was the size of a mountain. And we're talking limbs and branches, but mostly pine needles. In the meantime, there's pine needles piled everywhere on the property that are never being removed. At that point, you guys turned me over to facilities. Facilities called me, someone called me, and they said, 30 seconds? They called me and said that somebody has a job, and that's their job. They're not doing their job. I would really like you to get together with South Lake Tahoe. If you have to make a joint committee, do it. We own the property together. I feel like there's a little bit of this going on. Let's fix it. This is our police department. This is our sheriff's department. We're proud of them. We want them to be in a safe building where everything's cared for, and we need community pride. We need to clean up this community. Let's begin with our public buildings. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them. Good afternoon, Josh.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Josh Pane on behalf of the Town and Country Village El Dorado once again. Wanted to just give you a couple of items today. One, we're going to hand out a timeline of what the project has been through since 2018, 2019. On tabbed, we have a note there that we're requesting the chair kindly to schedule a public hearing on the project
not a final hearing, just an informational hearing, so that the board and the public can view it. So, but let me read my comments, and then we'll go from there. You know, it gives me great pleasure today also to give you a copy of the fiscal impact analysis that has been done on this project. The fiscal impact analysis will show, and I have it tabbed, the revenues that will come off of this project. If and should this board approve such a project as we propose. I don't know if you're going to approve any of it, one piece of it, or all of it. But the fiscal impact analysis will show that. And that project, as I've said before, is the Town and Country Village El Dorado. When we construct it and we put this resort in place, 2 hotels, 300 Class A hotel rooms, a beautifully designed outdoor area, 2 restaurants of international and local character, a reception space for family, for gatherings, for business, and for visitors to our West Slope and to our county. Additionally, we have 56 small cottages for the resort staff and 56 for the hotel's usage. And this would be in the drainage above. Also, as I've said, Mr. Mahana and I and our families have been involved in this, me for 7 years, the Mahana family 37 years. The family has been in El Dorado County for 45 years, and so we look forward to this opportunity. I've also shared this with every elected official so that everyone can see the benefit. We had a wonderful 3-hour meeting with the sheriff yesterday, and we talked about the public safety aspects of building Bass Lake Road 4 lanes all the way up.
30 seconds.
And so, excuse me? 30 seconds, okay. And so we leave you with that. This timeline has everything we've done and every step of the way, and a mark here where we're saying request kindly the chair to schedule a 1-hour public meeting. We had one in August 22nd in the Planning Commission room, and we're asking that the board do a hearing. So thank you very much. I think Mr. Mahana.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
You can hand that to Kira. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Mr. Mahana.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much again for giving your valuable time to us. It is so wonderful to come to these hills and the mountains and see how we can connect El Dorado Hills with Lake Tahoe. At our territory, at El Dorado Hills, we are the most western gate to this El Dorado County. And of course, here we have the most eastern gate. Our goal is to bring visitors and people from all over. I was telling our Mayor Cody that this is our Switzerland. We really don't need to go overseas to Switzerland and to Vienna and other places. We have it here. It's just a matter of showcasing it, and I'm really blessed that Josh, in the last 7 years, has been helping us and my family try to get this resort approved and finalized so we can break ground. Our museum is going to be showcasing the Gold Rush era, the Pony Express going through our property, the Lincoln Highway going through our property. We were blessed that we had a 100-year anniversary of the Army convoy, and all these people came from all the states, and Honorable Heidel was there with Shiva, and we gave him some good Persian food, you know. And these people have had hot dogs on the way for many days, and they came, I think it took them 20 so many days to come from Washington, D.C. to San Francisco. The request is, please, time is of the essence. I'm an old dinosaur, and I want to see this in my lifetime. I really want to see this in my lifetime with my children. The museum is a public benefit. The location is such that we can glorify the intersection of Pony Express, Lincoln Highway, and Highway 50. They all come together. We want to build this using local rocks and local lumber from Grizzly Flat. We have said it many times, with your blessing, Phoenix will be rising from the ashes. You know, next week we're going to have Toby, who's going to give us some food. Father Bill, who lost his church there. So hopefully Josh will help us as much energy as he has with FEMA so we can get some money for the Grizzly Flat. All of these things are going to happen at the Town and Country Village. And we want to thank you again for your time and hopefully giving us consideration to give us that special hearing if possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else in the boardroom? Come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Seth Darab. I wear many hats. One is as a workforce housing developer, and I can talk forever about why we don't have affordable housing in the Tahoe Basin. But another is actually fitting from the previous speaker and the fact that you're eating lunch, because I am a private chef up here in South Lake Tahoe, and one of my brands is Tahoe Persian Kitchen. I'm here to advocate for the implementation for El Dorado County into the MECO program. The state of California passed legislation in 2019 that legalizes micro-enterprise home kitchen operations. And El Dorado County has not yet established a permitting regime to implement that program. I'm well aware that the board passed a resolution opposing MECOs when the state was considering it in 2018, but believe that the implementation in other counties has gone well enough where the public health concerns are no longer based in evidence. It impacts my ability to do business in quite a few ways. This is a small market, obviously, and I have better things to do with my life than open up a restaurant full time. But I could have all of you over for dinner at my house as friends and feed you. I could go to your house as a private chef with nothing but a business license and cook exactly the same meal and charge you for it. But I can't cook that same meal in my house and bring it to you and charge you for it. And that's what the micro-enterprise home kitchen operations would allow me to do. By state law, they don't compete with restaurants because we're limited to 30 meals a week and $100,000 a year in total revenue. But on the flip side, it does contribute to public health because we would need a permit, an inspection, a food handling certificate. You can only serve food that's cooked on the same day that, you can only cook food and serve it on the same day. So it gets around a lot of the environmental services requirements. It's a good program. It would bring folks like myself an ability to expand my business. It would bring a lot of the home tamale makers in the area into a legal pathway to grow their business. I see it as a win-win. And the only thing that needs to happen for this to be legalized is for the Board of Supervisors to pass a resolution. Templates exist for this. About 20 counties in California and Utah have already implemented this program. There have been zero public health issues from any of the jurisdictions. And there are templates for both a resolution
30 seconds.
For the supervisors to pass and template regulations and permits for environmental services to implement. So this isn't a heavy lift to get done. I've been talking with Supervisor Lane for a couple of years on this. I've written multiple op-eds on this. And I would love to see it implemented so small businesses like mine can grow in the area.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Is there anyone else before we move online? Good afternoon.
Hi there. I can attest to the quality of Seth's food. It's really good, and so I would encourage that as well. My name is Nick Spiel. I'm running for City Council here in South Lake Tahoe, and I'm a regular transit rider. And wanted to speak to you all continuing on the theme of transit, but a little bit different than we were speaking about earlier this morning, asking you all to improve and expand the regional transit connecting Sacramento to Cameron Park, Placerville, and South Lake Tahoe. So right now there's a bus that runs once a day by El Dorado Transit. It leaves Sacramento train station at 10 a.m. So if you get on the bus, or if you get on the train in Emeryville, for example, at 7:30 in the morning, you can connect to that bus and come to South Lake Tahoe. This is a great option for people to be able to get to South Lake Tahoe without a car, without creating more traffic. Maybe if people don't have a car, they don't have to rent one, they don't want to drive in snowy conditions, or don't have a car suitable for that. They have these options, but only once a day is just not enough to fit into a lot of people's schedules, especially talking about 10 a.m. you can't really go on Friday. You can't really, if you come on Saturday, you're only going to be here for Saturday night, and you have to leave again in the next morning. So I think that by adding the same service we already have on Friday night, it would be possible for people to visit South Lake Tahoe for the weekend without a car. There's already a Sunday afternoon bus that goes westbound, and so if there was one eastbound bus on Friday night, I think it would get a lot of ridership. The cost for this bus is $32, and so I think this bus would fill up and would pay for itself, and so it wouldn't really need much revenue. The transit agency already exists. It's just really a small expansion, so that way people could visit South Lake Tahoe on the weekend without adding to traffic. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right. Anyone else for public comment? Come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Lali Parasa, and I'm from India Arts and Cultural Center in Northern Nevada. It's so good to see everybody here. We are in partnership with City of South Lake Tahoe. And recently we have done a couple of events in August and September in South Lake Tahoe. And we've been trying to reach out to everybody to come and attend our event. I think some people got the message, some people did not. But I'm here to introduce our group. We are an ethnic group. We are culturally rich ethnic group, and we do a lot of cultural activities, cultural programs in Northern Nevada area. Recently, we have established a small facility in Reno through City of Reno folks to temporarily use the facility for our dance practices and our classes. We do yoga classes, we do meditation classes, we do Hindi language classes, and a lot of different stuff for youth from 5 years to 18 years of youth programs. We do a lot of youth programs there. So I'm here to introduce myself today, and I'm here to ask for any kind of support that we can get, because we are a very small group of ethnic community, and we are trying to spread our culture, our ethnicity, our food, our fabrics, the fantastic culture we have, and we're trying to bring our culture to everybody to enjoy and share with each other.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us today. Best wishes. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kira.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board. This is Ken Greenwood from the Triple Junction, which includes District 5, which is really where I am, right on my property line. Welcome to South Lake Tahoe. I actually would love to be there because I haven't been up all summer long, which is just plain wrong. Anyway, you've heard some good information today, particularly the bus and train connection. Anything you could do or we can do to minimize the number of trips over the summit would be really great for everybody. We've also heard about the welcome station there at Bass Lake. I will just simply remind folks that the specific plan specifically called out for open space in that parcel there. Also, part of the discussion that isn't being discussed is the 100 or so housing units that are part of an essential part of the project. It really doesn't fly without them, per the applicant's own analysis. Oh, yes, and the first speaker, Marjorie Springmeyer Johnson. I remember her when I was planner up there. She is the descendant of the Johnson family. She's passed away by now, I'm sure. But, you know, the Johnsons donated this property years ago, and as the young lady pointed out, things have been treated pretty badly through the years. I've noticed as I've driven by that things are kind of in a state of disrepair and so forth. So yes, it would be good to take care of our land. That especially was donated by the Johnson family. What else do we got here? Oh, what the heck? WTF ordinance. Looking forward to the Planning Commission hearing coming up. Hopefully I'll be there in person. I can bring my cute little trees because apparently some of the folks at the Planning Commission and staff have never seen the trees. So we'll get that fall over setback, which I'm really glad to see has been included in the current revision of the ordinance. So anyway, have a great time up in Tahoe. Also, yes, help these people, these chefs out, and so that we can have alternatives to
30 seconds.
Not necessarily to restaurants. Thank you. Not to restaurants, but also in addition to restaurants, and implement state law. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Angie Regan.
Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Angie Regan from Access Tahoe. I'm here to advocate for improvements in our community services that are critical to the well-being of our residents. First, mental health recovery and suicide prevention. Our community is struggling with growing mental health challenges. The current services, though essential, are not meeting the increasing demand. I urge you to consider increasing funding for mental health and substance abuse programs, expanding crisis intervention, partnering with nonprofits and healthcare providers to create more accessible programs and education. These measures will save lives and support those in desperate need of help. I applaud the city for their Vision Zero aim to reduce traffic deaths and injuries, but I ask you to consider similar energy going towards Vision Zero for suicides and deaths of despair. Second, senior center enhancements. Our seniors are an integral part of this community, yet our senior centers need more resources and provide engaging activities and a welcoming environment. I propose expanding entertainment options such as music, art, and social events to combat isolation. Additionally, improving the physical environment to be more inviting and comfortable to encourage higher participation, giving seniors the vibrant community they deserve. Someone currently described it as institutional and depressing. I invite you to compare the facilities and activities with other locations in the county, as well as similar populations and communities. Third, services for people with disabilities. We need to prioritize enhancing services for children, adults, and families living with disabilities. Access and inclusion are paramount, and I recommend improving access to public buildings, parks, playgrounds, and transportation to ensure everyone can participate in community life, providing more recreational programs that cater to all abilities, along with educational workshops to raise awareness and foster inclusion. I invite you to consider the Access Tahoe community, seniors, and people with disabilities in your decisions. 4, a more inclusive and kind community. Lastly, we must strive for a community grounded in diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, and access. I ask that we work towards establishing regular community forums to facilitate conversations on equity and inclusion, allowing for diverse voices to be heard, and offer citywide training programs to educate residents and businesses about the importance of kindness, understanding, and inclusivity. Also creating public campaigns that celebrate diversity and promote belonging for all, regardless of age, ability, background, or identity. These actions will help build a stronger, more compassionate, and vibrant community. I ask for your leadership in prioritizing these initiatives and making El Dorado County and South Lake Tahoe more inclusive,
30 seconds,
and supportive to all its residents. Thank you for your time consideration. Very much. Bye.
Thank you for calling in.
Now taking public comment from Heather Cade Bauer.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Hi there. I want to thank you guys for being here in town. My name is Heather Cade Bauer. I am running for city council, and at a forum last week, I heard from some seniors, so I was happy the caller before me brought that up as well. There's concern with the seniors in this town that they don't have, their senior center is only open for, from what they told me, from about an hour a day they have access to it. It's very limited. They're not getting much information from the city or county on why they don't have the access, and that there's some concern that they think they might get pushed into the new rec center and not have availability of that building. So I would just like to encourage the county and city to try to work with the seniors to get them their ability to have their senior center thriving again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, well, thank you all for being with us at Open Forum. And with that, we will now convene to conduct our site visit per the points of interest as noted on our agenda. And we thank you all for being with us today. And it was a real privilege. Any other final announcements from staff before we embark on our... All right.
Madam Chair?
Absolutely.
We did have, a long time ago, a 15-minute presentation to do before the tour. Because remember, we can't really talk on the shuttle.
Oh, that's right.
So we've magically condensed that to 5 minutes. So if you wouldn't mind seeing this PowerPoint with us, and then we will immediately leave here and go straight to the shuttle. So if you need a potty break, I'll catch you up on the PowerPoint later. All right.
Well, good to be in front of you, supervisors. Devin Middlebrook in my role at the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and really just want to provide a very quick, high-level introduction to the corridor, since you guys all have probably been there, but maybe don't know all the inner workings of going on. Just wanted to highlight TRPA's transportation role. Our bi-state compact that formed our agency in 1969 calls for us to create a transportation plan for the region that reduces dependency on automobiles, has a preference for transit and transit alternatives, and doesn't expand roadways. We're also the metropolitan planning organization for the region, which means we have funding resources to help support those projects. Next slide. The 89 corridor, just for context, everything we're talking about is fully within the El Dorado County portion of the basin. So going up to Tahoma, where the county line is at Sugar Pine Point, is the north end of the corridor. And then as we leave city limits and get towards Pope Beach, Camp Richardson, that's the southern end of the limit. And obviously includes Emerald Bay, one of, if not the most photographed location in Tahoe, and probably rivals most of California or Nevada's locations as well. So really important place, really popular place, drives a lot of visitation to the region, a huge economic development opportunity for the county. In 2019, we developed a corridor management process, so a corridor management framework. We took all these grand, big visions for transportation in the region and really needed to zoom in, okay, how do we actually implement projects on the ground? So we zoomed into that scope, had a bunch of people involved, including El Dorado County, the county sheriff, and nonprofit organizations, private businesses. Lots of folks were involved in developing this plan. And lots of public outreach. So you can see we did extensive community outreach and engagement to really make this a plan that's meeting the needs of our community members. And that vision that the community really drove forward was that, along this corridor, the Tahoe Trail, that bike path winds along Lake Tahoe's west shore, inviting exploration by bike and foot. From Emerald Bay to scenic pull-offs, enjoying the bay and the lake's beauty. Transit ensures easy access to recreation spots, balancing visitation and conservation, and sustainable funding and partnerships drive this vision forward, and we're all addressing this collaboratively. And really just the context of this is there's lots of plans in place. We know the actions that need to be taken in this corridor, and it's really now on us to do those and implement those actions, from completing that Tahoe Trail along the West Shore, which currently ends just south of Emerald Bay and then picks back up at Meeks Bay. So there's about a 12-mile gap in that trail, which will one day go all the way around the lake. Roadside parking restrictions. If you've been through Emerald Bay in the summer, you know people park wherever they can, and we really need to get a hold of that. Better congestion management in the Camp Rich area, especially with that ice cream shop that's caused so many traffic jams. Using technology to better alert people when the parking lot's full instead of having to drive all the way to Emerald Bay and then turn around. Why not let people know before they take that drive that the parking lot's full? And then understanding winter recreation access. This is a very popular area for backcountry skiing in the winter. So anything we do in the summer, we want to make sure we're not cutting off that winter access. And the plan had a really great, again, a great vision and a connected transit system, and maybe something that the future JPA will be taking up, is this goal of moving more and more people by transit, water and land-based. And the corridor's ultimate vision is to get 60% of the people out of their cars and onto bus or bike or foot or boat. I think Supervisor Lane is very bold and visionary and wants to see more and more people out of their vehicles through this corridor. But this is a lot to bite off. So the plan has phases, and that's something that's going to be talked about at one of the tour locations, is how can we do a bite-sized chunk phasing for an initial pilot transit study. Lots of things are being implemented in the corridor. So Meeks Bay, there's a restoration project and bridge replacement going on now. The Forest Service converted the Bayview campground to a new parking lot. That actually used to be a gas station, then it was a campground, and now it's a parking lot to help get some of that highway parking off. Camp Richardson has a new concessionaire, and part of their new agreement is to move that ice cream shop to the other side of the highway, which is going to help with congestion. So lots of stuff already going on in the corridor, lots of stuff that we still need to work on. The trail, we've done feasibility studies, so there's some next steps coming out of that. And then just highlight again, for 2025, Supervisor Lane has brought together a bunch of partners to talk about a pilot transit route to Emerald Bay and then parking restrictions within Emerald Bay. Again, working off that basis of, can we at least try to get 15% of the people that are going there now out of their cars and into transit, and there's some opportunities there. And then zooming in at Emerald Bay and just 3 areas that we'll be able to point out on the tour, and 2 of them are stops of just areas where we need to do parking restrictions. And this Board of Supervisors has done good and raised the illegal parking ticket to $100, which is the most that you are allowed to raise that under current state law. So I know there's some interest there as well. So parking management, transit kind of coming together to move people a different way, but still provide the access in the region. And then for the tour, just as a reminder, when we leave South Shore, we'll be going through the 89 corridor past Pope Beach, Camp Richardson, Taylor Creek. I hear the salmon are spawning now, so we may see a bear or 2 while we're driving through. Mentioned the ice cream shop potentially moving across the highway, improvements there. There's also talk of an additional bike path through here because it's so heavily used that there's strollers and bikes and skateboarders and all of this, that there really needs to be more capacity for bikers to be safe through there, so additional bike access through this. The plan has lots of desired conditions. All of those projects are included there. And then when we get up to Emerald Bay, you'll notice, I think most starkly, is the geography. That's one of the biggest challenges in this area. Those switchback roads, the steep cliffs with the avalanches just provide a lot of constraints physically for any of the improvements we're talking about. But again, looking at parking restrictions, getting the trail through Emerald Bay at some point in the future, upgrades to the pier and Vikings Home parking lot, and then parking roadside restrictions. So truncated overview of the corridor, but just wanted to give everyone some context for where we're going. And while today's tour is really focused on Emerald Bay, understanding that any solution at Emerald Bay is going to need infrastructure and solutions throughout the entire corridor and even outside the corridor for things like park and ride locations. And given that that whole corridor is in your county, just wanted to make sure you have that broader context, so we won't be able to see everything today. And that's it. Was that quick enough?
Well done, well done. Sorry you had to have an abbreviated version, but that was very helpful. Context on what we're going to see. So thank you, Devin.
20 years just bam.
Yeah, wow.
So with that, we'll get on the bus.
Okay,
All
let's
right,
get
thank
on
you
the
all.
bus and we'll